President of the United States. But the other two names in Resolution 917 are two DOJ tax lawyers, Mark Daley and Jack Morgan. Two guys we want to talk to that the Biden Justice Department says we're not going to let you talk to them. With this vote, we think we get to talk to those individuals. And here's why it's important. These guys, these two individuals, initially said there should be felony tax charges for 2014, 2015 in the Hunter Biden investigation. And that's important because those are the years when the bulk of the income from Burisma came to Hunter Biden. They initially said there should be felony tax charges for those years. Then they changed their position. 8 months later, they changed their position. We want to know why. Why did you do that? Why did you let the statute of limitations, intentionally let the statute of limitations lapse for those years? My theory is it's one thing to charge Hunter Biden on a gun charge in Delaware. It's another thing to say we're not going to charge, another thing to charge him on Burisma tax years, because that gets you to Joe Biden. That gets you to the White House. That's why we need this vote. The impeachment power, as the chairman said, is a power that solely resides in the House. When you have a majority of the House of Representatives go on record, that sends a message. We think we get timely participation from the witnesses we need to talk to and the documents Mr. Comer has been seeking. Finally, I would say this about this changing story from the White House, this changing story from the Justice Department. Today, Hunter Biden did a press conference. He was supposed to be in a deposition. He did a press conference. And at that press conference, he said, my father was not financially involved in the business. Well, that's an important qualifier. We haven't heard that. For 3 years, we haven't heard that. All we've heard is Joe Biden had no involvement. Now his son does a press conference when he's supposed to be being deposed and says he wasn't financially involved. Well, what involvement was it? We know there was phone calls, dinners, and meetings. What involvement was it? That's why we want to ask these questions with important witnesses. That's why this resolution is important. I urge a yes vote. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I need to get a decoder ring. I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, every conspiracy theory we just heard has been debunked, not true, and distorted from the facts. Because this impeachment inquiry is political vengeance directed by a twice-impeached, 4 times indicted president and carried out by extreme MAGA Republicans. Republicans rejected my amendment to require the committees to hold at least one public hearing. Why? Because 11 months and a mountain of evidence and documents gathered so far proves that President Biden respected the rule of law and fought corruption. Republicans want to continue a secret investigation so they can distort the facts. For example, Republicans tried to create a scandal about the $4,140 Hunter paid to his dad in 2018. What really happened? Joe Biden paid his son's truck payments while Hunter struggled with addiction. Hunter paid his dad back. A parent's love is never without pain. A parent doesn't stop loving a child struggling with addiction. Americans will see in those truck payments some of their own attempts to help their struggling kids. Shame on my colleagues for politicizing a parent's pain. Americans know what evidence of an impeachment looks like. The Capitol Police, who were battered and beaten as Trump tried to overturn an election, know what an impeachable offense feels like. This puppet show is more of the same attack on our democracy that we saw here.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished lady from Indiana, Ms. Houchin, also a distinguished member of the Rules Committee.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, today, on the very day Hunter Biden ignored a subpoena from this body, we will vote to take the next critical step in formalizing the House's impeachment inquiry into President Biden. For months, the White House and Hunter Biden have been stonewalling our investigation, trying to hide the truth. And this stonewalling is what's caused us to be here today. Like Chairman Cole said yesterday, it's deeply sad. It's a sad day, not something any of us want to be doing on this House floor, but it has become necessary. Following today's floor vote on HRES 918, the committees on oversight, accountability, ways and means, and judiciary will have greater legal position and subpoena power to fully investigate allegations of influence peddling and wrongdoing by President Biden, his family, and his associates. The American people deserve transparency and accountability. They deserve the truth. And that's exactly what they're going to get from this Republican House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I should remind the gentlelady that Hunter Biden was here today. He wants to testify in public. But Republicans said no because they want to do it behind closed doors so they can go on Fox News and cherry-pick facts and figures and distort the truth. Mr. Speaker, Republicans aren't interested in transparency in this investigation, and apparently the Rules Committee isn't either. In our markup yesterday, Democrats offered 9 amendments. They were all voted down by Republicans, but in the official Rules Committee report, contrary to years of committee practice and tradition, the majority left out descriptions of those amendments. So instead of reading, for example, that Republicans defeated an amendment to add, quote, open and transparent to investigative proceedings, members of the public will only see that Republicans voted down, quote, amendment number 4. Instead of defeating an amendment requiring committees to hold an open hearing as part of the investigation, the record will show that the majority simply voted down, quote, amendment number 5. Republicans are literally hiding Democratic amendments about transparency. You cannot make this stuff up. And this is especially shocking to me because it is so aligned with the way this committee has run historically under this chairman, and I'm deeply disappointed, and I hope that this isn't an indication of how the majority intends to operate in the future. So to make sure that these amendments show up somewhere in the historical record, I'm going to put the summaries in the congressional record, and I ask unanimous consent to insert for the record the summaries of our 9 amendments which Republicans intentionally left out of the Rules Committee report.
Without objection. Gentleman reserves.
I reserve, yeah.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just quickly, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Just for the record, all these amendments are on the website of the Rules Committee. It's not like they're mysteriously hidden someplace. They're in plain view on the website of the Rules Committee. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, also a distinguished member of the Rules Committee.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Speaker. I rise today in full support of this impeachment inquiry. I hope all the public tunes in to the Rules Committee yesterday. My question, what are you scared of? What are you scared of? What facts do you not want to come out? That was so evident. You spent more time quoting Donald Trump, the January 6th, anything but the facts about what Hunter Biden and his family did. The checks don't make themselves up that are written to this family. The LLC accounts don't make themselves up. It's facts. And what more to come out that you're hiding is so evident. This resolution follows the bar set by Democrats during the impeachment proceedings in 2019. We're playing by the same rules the Democrats set. If Democrats thought this process was fair for President Trump, they should think it's fair for President Biden. And know the Bidens are the evidence, I think, as things come out, will finally show what the trail is and the fact that there are consequences. You cannot just not say you're innocent and not have to prove it. So I fully support this inquiry, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, and Mr. Speaker, members should be advised that Joe Biden, not Hunter Biden, is President of the United States. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on the Judiciary, Mr. Nadler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, we all know why we're here today. The majority has no accomplishments to speak of. Their own members have said so, and the right wing is getting restless. So since they can't legislate and run on anything positive, they've decided to tear down President Biden instead. They have no evidence, of course, to support this inquiry, but since this majority never lets facts get in the way of a good set of Fox News talking points, here we are. Dozens of witnesses have sat for transcribed interviews, and every one of those witnesses tells us the same thing. There was no political interference in the Hunter Biden case. Nobody at the Department of Justice ever blocked the special counsel from bringing charges. Unfortunately, the American public does not have most of this story because Chairman Jordan refuses to release the transcripts from our interviews. In fact, of the 85 interviews our committee has conducted so far, he has released exactly 1 transcript. He knows that if he releases any more than that, his preferred narrative will crumble. The evidence simply does not support these baseless charges. So why is the MAGA wing of the Republican Party resorting to this political stunt? 2 words: Donald Trump. The likely nominee of the Republican Party, who faces 91 criminal charges in various courts, was also impeached not once but twice, and we had evidence. And whenever the former president is accused of wrongdoing, his favorite move is to accuse his opponent of doing the same. For this to work, of course, he needs President Biden to be impeached too. And so he asked his enablers in Congress to invent an impeachment, even if there's not a shred of evidence to back it up. And even if everything Chairman Comer said were true, which none of it is, an impeachable offense committed by Vice President Biden would not be, under our Constitution, grounds for impeaching President Biden. This is political hackery, not serious work. We should be focused on doing the work of the American people and not be distracted by pernicious nonsense. I urge all members to vote no on this ridiculous resolution. Now I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my good friend, distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, also a member of the Rules Committee.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank the Speaker. I thank the Chairman. This is an impeachment inquiry, defined as an act of asking for information. Nothing more, nothing less. The inquiry is to further investigate at least 3 things. 1, the extent to which Joe Biden, as Vice President, was involved with the flow of millions of dollars from foreign companies and interests in China and Ukraine into the Biden family, into numerous shell companies, including Hunter and his involvement. Devin Archer testified the Vice President was in fact at Hunter's business meetings, and there are numerous emails and other evidence indicating that the big guy or dad was involved. 2, the extent to which Joe Biden has lied, to the extent of his involvement that Hunter all but acknowledged today when avoiding his deposition in a show press conference on the Capitol steps by carefully saying his dad was not involved financially in his businesses. 3, the extent to which Biden and his administration have obstructed justice by preventing Jack Morgan and Mark Daley with the Department of Justice from testifying to their involvement in DOJ and IRS deciding to slow walk 2014 tax charges and 2015 charges so the statute of limitations would lapse. All the more interesting in light of Hunter Biden being indicted just last week on 9 counts of tax offenses for failing to pay $1.4 million in back taxes after writing off hookers and sex clubs. All of which was only brought to light because a judge called the bluff of Weiss's sweetheart deal. By only providing 14 of 82,000 emails with pseudonyms, of which 29,000 were tied to Biden's family businesses. 3rd, by limiting the scope of witness testimony from Department of Justice witnesses over and over and over again. This is an impeachment inquiry. That's all. What are my Democratic colleagues afraid of if there's nothing to see there? Maybe that is all the more reason for the inquiry. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on Ways and Means, Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern.
The
Mr.
gentleman
Speaker,
is recognized for 2 minutes.
I rise in shock and frustration at our Republican colleagues' do-nothing Congress. Seinfeld would have called this the impeachment about nothing. They are leading the most unproductive session since the Great Depression, and after manufacturing crisis after crisis, weeks of trying to choose a speaker, and putting their record-breaking economic recovery, which is non-existent, under the spotlight, they think that formalizing a fishing expedition will dress it up enough for the American people to believe it. This is not the work of the Ways and Means Committee. The greatness of this committee has nothing to do with an impeachment proceeding, and how the Ways and Means Committee got involved in this baffles Republican and Democratic members of the committee. The truth is, it's been nearly a year and not a shred of evidence has shown any wrongdoing or interference by Joe Biden. Their recycled conspiracy theories continue to be debunked. They continue to mistake Congress, a legislative body, for a law enforcement body. In their only public hearing, their own witnesses conceded that there isn't evidence to warrant moving forward, which I have submitted to the record, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman from South Carolina said we're trying to hide something. I moved in the Ways and Means Committee to have the whistleblower's testimony done in full public for observation. They turned it down. Meanwhile, we're staring at another Republican government shutdown at the beginning of tax filing season. Enough with this obsession with one person, Joe Biden. The Ways and Means Democrats We are concerned about all members of the American family. And for the taxpayer that is about to impede it because of the work that's being done on impeachment instead of on tax reform, this is where we find ourselves. Nothing here, no evidence, no wrongdoing after a year, a waste of time for the American people, a waste of time for a Congress that should be addressing the real problems of the American family.
And without objection, the gentleman's request is granted. A gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Cole. President Biden has hidden from the American people his knowledge of and role in his family's overseas business dealings, even in the face of overwhelming evidence showing his knowledge and involvement. President Biden still refuses to come clean. So far, 2 key DOJ witnesses have failed to show for congressionally subpoenaed depositions after DOJ directed them not to appear. Other witnesses have refused to answer certain questions from investigators, and the Biden administration has refused to turn over many of the documents requested by Congress, claiming this inquiry was not properly authorized. Let there be no mistake. Today's vote asserts Congress's authority to conduct an impeachment inquiry and gather all the evidence to proceed with our investigation. The American people deserve answers. Here's what we know so far. The existence of multiple email aliases suggests that Joe Biden was deliberately trying to conceal his activities from the public, including one-on-one communications with a key Hunter Biden business partner during his vice presidency. We also learned that investigators were blocked from looking into potential campaign finance crimes by the Biden campaign. Hunter Biden had only known Kevin Morris, a Democrat donor, for 2 months before Morris started settling his tax debts to the tune of about $2 million, and then spent about $3 million more to cover Hunter's lifestyle. In the midst of the 2020 campaign, just weeks before Super Tuesday, primary elections that would decide the future of Joe Biden's candidacy, Morris emailed Hunter Biden's business associates, and there was, quote, considerable risk personally and politically to not filing his late taxes. But the only person who faced political risk was Joe Biden, whose campaign the whistleblowers had reason to believe Morris was speaking to. As members of Congress, we have to abide by campaign finance limits, and so must the president. Morris's millions in payments to cover Hunter Biden's taxes and other financial obligations appeared to the whistleblowers to be an illegal donation to the Biden campaign. Unfortunately, they were blocked from investigating further. Time and again, when investigators found a lead that pointed to Joe Biden, DOJ, they stepped in and prevented them from pursuing it. Just 30 seconds.
Yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized for additional 30 seconds.
Thanks to the evidence released by the whistleblowers, the DOJ indicted Hunter Biden on 9 tax charges, including 3 felonies. Everything the whistleblowers told us about the Hunter Biden tax case has proven right. I'm convinced they're also right about the links to Joe Biden they were prevented from following. Congress owes it to the American people to follow the facts wherever they lead and pass this resolution, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from Time magazine entitled "Absolutely Shocking: Impeachment Experts Say Biden Inquiry May Be the Weakest in U.S. History." And this article quotes Philip Bobbitt, a constitutional scholar at Columbia Law, saying impeachment, quote, is supposed to be the most extreme sanction in American politics, and if you reach for it every time you think It'll help you in the polls. I fear it will become degraded, end quote. Mr. Speaker, all the gentleman just said has been, what he just said has been debunked, and it's just nuts. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
In 2019, Donald Trump attempted to extort the president of Ukraine by withholding military aid unless Zelensky agreed to announce a sham investigation of Joe Biden. The evidence of Trump's impeachable offenses was overwhelming, and Trump was impeached. In 2020, after losing the election, Trump incited a violent insurrection against our own government. The evidence of that high crime was witnessed by everyone in this chamber. He was impeached again. And in 2023, Donald Trump is once again seeking illicit help in his campaign, this time by badgering Republicans to impeach Joe Biden. Even with no evidence of wrongdoing by President Biden, Republicans are all too willing to do it. There is a through line to all of this. Donald Trump will violate the law and Constitution to gain power and to keep it, and Republicans will enable him every step of the way, no matter how destructive the consequences to our institutions or to the country. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, distinguished member from California, Mr. McClintock.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, short of declaring war, impeachment is the most serious act that Congress can take. It must be confined to the narrow grounds established by the Constitution and never used to settle political differences. But the Democrats would have us simply turn a blind eye to mounting evidence of a family influence peddling scheme that implicates the president. This we cannot do. We owe it to the country to get to the bottom of these allegations, and that requires the House to objectively invoke its full investigatory powers, respect the due process rights of all involved, and lay all of the facts before the American people. Last session, the Democrats made a mockery of impeachment, and we cannot allow them to become our teachers. Shrill voices should be kept far from this inquiry, lest they undermine its legitimacy and credibility. Congress has an obligation to approach serious accusations seriously, and with this vote, we do so. I yield back.
Yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I'll tell the gentleman what is a mockery. This is a mockery. And we hear the same tired old conspiracy theories being recycled over and over and over again that have all been debunked. And to further debunk them, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in staunch opposition to this resolution. The Republicans have already spent 12 months on this exact investigation. They have obtained more than 100,000 documents, pages of documents, and dozens of hours of witness testimony. But there is simply not a shred of evidence proving any wrongdoing by President Biden related to his son or otherwise. So whatever complaints that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have about how the Department of Justice investigated a private citizen, Hunter Biden, you should ask Donald Trump and Bill Barr, who were in power at the time that this investigation was going on. So because there's no evidence, now we're going to move the goalposts, claiming an impeachment inquiry is necessary to gather more evidence. But Chairman Comer himself said earlier this year that he had received 100% compliance from the administration. And they can only cite to 2 low-level career officials at the Department of Justice who have not testified, even though their supervisors have. Just this morning, Hunter Biden showed up to the Capitol ready to provide evidence. The Republicans refused to take his testimony. So how can you sit there saying you need more evidence when you prevent the central witness in the investigation from giving you evidence? What are you afraid of? I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my good friend, distinguished gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Americans have lost faith in the impartiality of the Biden administration. We have ample evidence that the DOJ, FBI, and IRS have refused to do their jobs. Americans deserve to know the truth, and Congress has a duty to investigate. The question is simple. What did President Biden know about his family's criminal enterprises, and when? That is the question. That is why this inquiry is necessary. We've already uncovered that the Biden family received $25 million in payouts from foreign adversaries. Their scheme was simple. Foreign client has a problem. Client pays a Biden. Vice President Biden travels to the foreign country. Vice President Biden leverages U.S. influence to force favorable outcomes for the client. The Biden family earns their fee. That's the scheme. The proof of concept was Burisma in 2014, and they replicated it again and again. If President Biden was complicit, then our national security is vulnerable. His administration keeps stonewalling while the president repeatedly lies about his involvement. As a member of the Oversight Committee, I believe the evidence we have uncovered thus far demands further investigation. This vote is the only logical next step. I urge a yes vote. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, you 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose this perverse, illegitimate effort to do Donald Trump's political dirty work. This resolution is nothing more than an extreme political stunt built on absolutely zero evidence of wrongdoing. The one thing it does prove is that Republicans are focused on the wrong priorities. This resolution clearly has nothing to do with protecting the Constitution from high crimes and misdemeanors. How do we know? Because a year of investigation, piles of documents, and a herd of the Republicans' own witnesses confirmed there is zero evidence of wrongdoing. Instead, the Republicans' wasteful witch hunt just confirms that President Biden is a good and honorable man. What this resolution really does is cover up a full year of do-nothing Republican policies that ignored our families' needs and neglected an array of global threats to democracy. Worse, this resolution tries to obscure the corrupt and criminal acts of the former president and wannabe dictator Donald Trump. This extreme political stunt is built upon the sick, twisted extremism of House Republicans and totally unmasks their complete absence of an agenda that helps the American people. I urge a no vote on this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of House Resolution 918. This year, House Republicans have conducted a methodical investigation into the alleged actions of the Biden family, including Joe Biden himself in his family's foreign business dealings and foreign peddling schemes. As a member of both the House Judiciary and Oversight Committees, I can say that our investigation has peeled back layer upon layer of Biden family scandals and has exposed the safety nets designed to insulate the Biden family and Joe Biden from impending accountability. You know, there's an old legal saying, Mr. Speaker, that if you don't have the facts, you argue the law. If you don't have the law, you argue the facts. And if you have neither, you pound the table. What we are seeing from the other side today is that they want to talk about Donald Trump. They want to talk about January 6th. They want to talk about a perceived lack of transparency. They want to talk about how nothing is happening out in the open. Well, let me assure you that we have done this for months. We have done more in 10 months than law enforcement agencies have done in 5 years. So let's talk about the facts. $25 million have flowed to members of the Biden family, 20 corporate entities. 9 members of the Biden family have received these monies. $40,000 direct payment to Joe Biden himself, $200,000 direct payment to Joe Biden himself, allegedly under a loan. We have WhatsApp messages, pseudonyms, fake email addresses, and 22 meetings in which Joe Biden himself met with Hunter Biden and his business associates. We have been stonewalled. We've even seen this today as Hunter Biden paraded onto the Senate side and did not come to a lawfully issued subpoena deposition in front of the House Oversight Committee. Now is the time for an impeachment inquiry. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
All right, good. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, the distinguished Democratic whip, Ms. Clark.
Gentlelady from Massachusetts is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, The MAGA majority is putting forward an impeachment inquiry even as their own leaders admit there's no evidence of wrongdoing. They've already reviewed tens of thousands of documents, interviewed dozens of witnesses, and nothing. Why? Because this has never been about the truth. This is about avenging Donald Trump. This is about undermining our democracy and influencing the 2024 election. President Ford once said, "Truth is the glue that holds government together." Mr. Speaker, it's truth that allows this chamber to function. Abandoning truth in favor of political gamesmanship creates nothing but chaos. That dysfunction isn't a byproduct of the majority's behavior, it's the point. They don't want government to function. They've sought nothing in service of the American people, nothing to lower costs, nothing to create good-paying jobs, to grow the middle class, to make everyday people feel more secure. What has the majority delivered? The kind of extremism that chooses rich tax cheats over working people, that obstructs the ballot box and hikes the cost of health care, that protects guns over kids, that bans abortion and criminalizes doctors, that rewards polluters and corporate greed and tells everyday Americans, you foot the bill. This sham impeachment is below the dignity of the people's house. It is an affront to the people who sent us here to work for them. What a disgrace. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the Democrat Party is telling us that they care about taxpayers, but the son of the President of the United States is a tax cheat. He ignored federal tax law on purpose. He laundered money through 20 LLCs. He concealed millions of dollars of overseas money. And the only reason he was able to accomplish these feats of getting so much money into his companies is because the president is his father. That is it. If you're asking why we are looking for an impeachment inquiry, it is because there were 170 suspicious activity reports at the Department of Treasury, which we went and looked through, and every one of those reports said very clearly that there was evidence of money laundering and potentially tax evasion. There were hours of deposition. There's a web of LLCs with company names that have no business interest whatsoever. And then we have finally uncovered one example, Mr. Speaker, $5 million from a foreign company going to a joint venture partly controlled by Hunter Biden. Next day, $400,000 goes from Hunter Biden to...
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Gentleman's recognized.
$400,000 goes to an account controlled by Jim and Sarah Biden. Sarah Biden writes a check to herself, and then $40,000 is in a check to Joseph Robinette Biden, the President of the United States. That's your evidence. If you want to talk crime, bribery, co-conspirator to being to FARA violations, and we can go on and on. Vote for the resolution. Congress must investigate these crimes. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, it's amazing, Mr. Speaker, a pattern is developing. If you'll notice, my Republican friends never talk about Joe Biden. It's all Hunter Biden. They seem to be obsessed with him. I don't know. They need to get some help. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
This impeachment is a continuation of the insurrection that came here on January 6th. This gang has never accepted Joe Biden as the president. And the architect of the idea that you could overturn the election is the current Speaker of the House. And then Donald Trump sent that violent mob here. It didn't work, and so now we're here, where they're going to try and use this House to overturn the election through this inquiry. The problem is they have zero evidence. The only crime is that Joe Biden blew out Donald Trump in the 2020 election. And that's a problem because this place is the largest law firm in D.C. with these lawyers working on behalf of just one client, Donald Trump. at the expense of everything else that matters. But I want to give James Comer some credit, because after 50,000 pages of depositions and secret hearings and closed hearings, I think if we give him enough time, he's going to prove that Hunter Biden is Joe Biden's son. And I yield back.
Yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserved. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I'd like to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York, the Democratic leader, Mr. Jeffries.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to this fake, fraudulent, and fictitious impeachment inquiry effort. We are here today on the House floor wasting time and taxpayer dollars on an illegitimate impeachment inquiry because Donald Trump, the puppet master, has directed extreme MAGA Republicans to launch a political hit job against President Joe Biden. There is no evidence that President Biden has engaged in an impeachable offense. There is no evidence that President Joe Biden has engaged in wrongdoing. There is no evidence that President Biden has broken the law. We know that President Joe Biden is a good, honorable, and decent man, dedicated his life to public service, to making a difference for the American people. But the puppet master in chief, Donald Trump, has directed the sycophants to target Joe Biden as part of an effort to undermine President Biden's reelection. That's the pattern, that's the process, and it reveals that our extreme MAGA Republican colleagues have done nothing whatsoever when it comes to making a difference in the lives of everyday Americans. From the very beginning of this Congress, House Democrats have made clear that we are ready, willing, and able to find common ground with our Republican colleagues in a bipartisan way on any issue. But Republicans, this do-nothing Republican Congress has chosen to do nothing to solve problems for hard-working American taxpayers. Nothing on the economy, nothing on inflation, nothing on affordability, nothing on gun safety, nothing on trying to improve the quality of life of the American people. But what we have seen from the very beginning of this do-nothing Republican Congress is chaos and dysfunction and extremism being inflicted on the American people. When it comes to this fraudulent impeachment inquiry, more than 100,000 pages of documents have been produced and reviewed. Not a scintilla of evidence exists that President Biden has broken the law. It's interesting to me, I wonder how my colleagues in New York and California, who were sent here to make life better for the American people, explain this vote, which is not designed to improve the lives of the folks that we are privileged to serve, but is a political hit job, a political stunt, political gamesmanship. The American people are tired of the partisanship, tired of the brinksmanship, tired of this effort to score political points on a partisan basis as opposed to actually making a difference. House Democrats will continue to put people over politics. We will continue to fight for lower costs, to grow the middle class, for safer communities, fight for reproductive freedom, defend democracy, and build an economy from the middle out and the bottom up as opposed to the top down. House Democrats remain committed to joining President Biden and advancing the ball for the American people, for the middle class, for low-income families, for working families, for all those folks who aspire to be a part of the middle class, for young people, for older Americans, for our veterans. We plan to continue to build upon the progress that we've made under the leadership of President Biden on behalf of the American people. And it's time for the extreme MAGA Republicans to join us or get out of the way. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I continue to reserve my time.
Gentleman continues to reserve. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This impeachment inquiry is a political stunt with zero evidence. We're here today not because of any wrongdoing by President Biden, but because Donald Trump wants revenge. Welcome to the Donald Trump Revenge Show. He's running a campaign promising to destroy democracy and the rule of law, and will soon be found guilty of serious crimes. The American people will reject this toxic and disgusting agenda. That's why Trump's allies here in Congress are trying to rescue him. They're throwing everything they can at President Biden, from misleading leaks to outright fabrications and lies. They're even trying to sell debunked Rudy Giuliani conspiracy theories. And let's be clear, the White House has provided thousands of pages of bank records, statements from personal bank accounts, and testimony from the president's family. But none of this is enough for the extreme MAGA GOP. This is all to appease the con man and the criminal, Donald Trump. But make no mistake, the American people will see through this entire impeachment sham. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I continue to reserve my time.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield 1 1/2 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Mr. Neguse.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 90 seconds.
I thank the Speaker. I thank the ranking member. Republicans have had a majority in this House for 11 months. And what do they have to show for it? Nothing. No efforts to grow the middle class, no efforts to lower costs, no efforts to build safer communities. Instead, an effort to default on our nation's debt, 2 attempts to shut down the government, vacating their own speaker, and now a baseless impeachment that they are pursuing for one reason and one reason alone, because former President Trump ordered them to do so. You ask them to articulate what crime they are investigating, they can't give you an answer. You ask them to identify any evidence of wrongdoing by President Biden, crickets. Mr. Speaker, the American people, I can assure you, are deeply disappointed in the actions that House Republicans have taken for the better part of the last year. And this action is no different. I urge my colleagues, reject this farce of a process, and let's get back to doing the important work that the American people expect us to do. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I continue to reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 12, a bill that would ensure every American has full access to essential reproductive health care, including abortion care. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question. And to discuss our proposal, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Trahan.
Without objection, gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this entire charade is ridiculous. Speaker Johnson is about to send members of Congress home for the rest of the year. And instead of lowering costs for families before the holidays or protecting women's freedom to make their own health decisions, House Republicans are taking orders from Donald Trump to force through a partisan political impeachment with no evidence, no witnesses, and no wrongdoing on behalf of the president. Meanwhile, as we speak, Kate Cox, a pregnant woman from Texas, is being forced to flee her home as Republican leaders try to force her to carry her baby to term, who was diagnosed with a terrible condition that would result in miscarriage, stillbirth, or death soon after birth. We could have come to the floor today to pass legislation like the Women's Health Protection Act to protect women like Kate Cox and to prevent that kind of physical harm and trauma from being inflicted on women living under Republican abortion bans. But House Republicans choose impeachment. The American people won't forget. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Can I inquire how much time is left?
Gentleman has 3 3/4 minutes remaining.
3 3/4. Okay.
Gentleman from Oklahoma has 6 3/4 minutes.
Does the gentleman have any other speakers, or? All right. I'm happy to yield now 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Extreme MAGA Republicans in the House are on a Donald Trump-directed fishing expedition. In fact, they've been on a fishing expedition for months with embarrassing results. Nothing. No bites, no evidence for anything that justifies impeachment. There are no fish to catch in this Republican swamp. And good luck to all these Republicans who have to go home and justify a sham impeachment to their districts while telling them that we haven't passed the budget, we haven't reauthorized the Farm Bill, we haven't done a single thing that helps Americans live their lives. Instead, we're wasting time on bogus censure resolutions and bogus impeachment inquiries. We have 1.5 legislative business days left in the year. We should be passing bills to help working families, but that is not what we do under extreme Republicans' control. Vote no on this new fishing expedition. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I continue to reserve my time.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Republicans are saying the quiet part out loud, and I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a Rolling Stone article from today entitled GOP Rep Explains Impeachment Push, Donald J. Trump 2024 Baby. I reserve.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my very good friend, the distinguished gentleman from North Dakota, also the sponsor of the resolution.
Gentleman from North Dakota is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here's what we know. We know that the President Biden's transition team ran interference for Hunter Biden and obstructed law enforcement's attempts to interview the president's son. We know that somebody in the FBI decided not to investigate bribery allegations against Hunter Biden and Joe Biden, provided by a confidential informant. That source is so important that the FBI has deemed him so credible that they opposed the release of the report and only agreed for a review in a classified setting. We know that the IRS investigators were not allowed to follow leads that had the potential to implicate President Biden in Hunter Biden's alleged financial crimes. We know that recommendations for prosecution of Hunter Biden were denied or delayed until the statute of limitations had run. We know that a plea deal was offered to Hunter Biden by the DOJ that offered him global immunity for crimes outside the scope of the charged conduct, and that that plea deal only fell apart after whistleblowers came forward to Congress. Set aside for a minute the $24 million, the 20-plus shell companies, the payments to President Biden, and the changing narrative from this White House every time a new bad fact comes to light. Set that aside. These instances alone should concern all Americans, because it appears that people in the highest echelons of our government were running interference for the president's sons. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have an innocent explanation for every single incident. The problem is, it's very difficult to see an innocent explanation for all of the incidents. The FBI, the DOJ, the IRS, and the president's political operation have all frustrated attempts to investigate the Bidens. Obstruction is a crime, and it's no less of a crime if it's being used within the highest powers of government to perpetrate that coercion. Take all of the politics out of this, there is no investigator in any jurisdiction in the world that would not continue to investigate this investigation with these facts. The purpose of the impeachment inquiry is for the House to authorize impeachment and strengthen its ability to compel testimony and document production in response to congressional subpoenas. This will allow the House to continue its investigation into whether President Biden changed U.S. policy due to payments received by the Biden family members from hostile foreign powers, or whether he knowingly allowed foreign powers to believe that the payments were being made and to employ the Biden family members would result in access and the ability to alter U.S. policy, or whether the president and the president's administration were using government agencies to obstruct investigations into Hunter and Joe Biden. This inquiry is warranted. It will put the House of Representatives in the best legal position possible to uncover the facts, and the American people deserve nothing less. I yield back.
It's back. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm the last speaker on our side. Are you prepared to close?
I am prepared to close.
Okay.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remaining time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this inquiry has nothing to do with Joe Biden. It's about the Republican Party and how radicalized and extreme they've become. They are allergic to truth and transparency. Republicans say this is not about a preordained outcome. It is. They are going to try to impeach President Biden despite the fact that there's no evidence against him at all. Trump sent a violent MAGA mob here to the Capitol to reverse the election results and certify that he won even though he lost. What they couldn't do on January 6th, they want to do with this extreme political stunt. They have contempt for our democracy. They want to finish the job. Republicans say this is all about process, about how the House will proceed. It is not. The truth is this process has already proceeded for 10 months. They have been investigating all year, obtaining tens of thousands of documents, hours and hours of witness testimony. All of it says no wrongdoing by President Biden. Republicans say the White House is stonewalling their inquiry. Again, not true. The White House has provided over 35,000 pages of financial records, dozens of hours of testimony and interviews. Hunter Biden is here to testify today, and Republicans won't let him because they want to do it in secret so they can cherry pick and distort his testimony. This whole inquiry has nothing to do with the integrity of President Biden and everything to do with the lack of integrity in the House and the Republican Party. No amount of evidence could convince Republicans that Joe Biden did nothing wrong because they aren't looking for the truth. They're looking for revenge. And I would just say directly to the American people, Mr. Speaker, that the Republican Party works for Donald Trump, not for you, for Trump. That's why they are pursuing this extreme political stunt. That's why they are doing everything in secret. They want to hide the truth from you because they know their whole impeachment inquiry is a sham. And it will evaporate into thin air when people realize what a pathetic joke it is. This shameful process has no credibility, it has no legitimacy and no integrity. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair and not to perceive the viewing audience. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. And in closing, I urge all my colleagues to support the resolution. We've heard a lot today, heard a lot about Donald Trump. We've had ad infinitum insults to the majority. We've had pejorative language. We've had pounding on the table. And why? Simply because we want to empower 3 committees of Congress to do what the White House asked us to do, that is, have a formal vote on the floor before we fully cooperate. That's all we're doing. If my friends are so confident, again, as one of my colleagues mentioned from the Rules Committee, what are you worried about? It's an investigation. It's open. We hardly talked about what the resolution's about, which is how we're going to proceed. And how are we going to proceed? Almost exactly as my friends proceeded in 2019. Their playbook, their play, their approach. So there's nothing unfair that we're asking to be done. Since September, the House has been engaged in an impeachment inquiry examining whether sufficient grounds exist for the House to exercise constitutional power to impeach the President of the United States. Today's resolution simply formalizes that inquiry and grants the House full authority to enforce its subpoenas, subpoenas that have been denied as recently as today. You know, my friends have some pretty experienced lawyers on their side. Most of them would tell you it's better to have a deposition before you have a hearing, let alone a trial. All we're trying to do is get the needed people who have been blocked or refused to cooperate to come in and testify under oath before Congress. The resolution follows closely, again, as I said, the procedures established in 2019 and empowers the three committees to continue their existing inquiries. At the end of the inquiry, it provides for the Judiciary Committee, the traditional impeachment committee, to report to the House resolutions, articles of impeachment, or other recommendations. It's deeply unfortunate that we're here, Mr. Speaker, but today's resolution will ensure that the House can fulfill its obligations under the Constitution. And so it is with respect for the Constitution, for this institution, and for this great nation that we proceed. That's all we're trying to do today. We had very little discussion of that, but we ought to entertain that. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind everybody of a few facts. We have millions of dollars from foreign entities that have flowed towards shell companies that we didn't know even existed until the investigations uncovered that. We have whistleblowers, public servants of long standing that have come in and told us their efforts to investigate the either Hunter Biden or the wider schemes have been obstructed. We have lots of things to be concerned about. Our committees need to be empowered with the tools that are required to pursue the truth and then come back and tell us what they found and have a recommendation as to how we could proceed. That's all today is about. So, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed.
For what purposes the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 1147.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 922 and Rule 18, the chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 1147. The chair appoints the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Desjardins, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 1147, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend the Richard B. Russell National School Lunch Act to allow schools to participate in the school lunch program under such act to serve whole milk.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their respective designee. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in strong support of H.R. 1147. It's Christmas time across America. For many, the season brings with it the annual return of cherished Christmas traditions, such as leaving milk and cookies out for Santa Claus and his reindeer to enjoy. As for my family, our traditional choice of dairy has always been whole milk. We want only the most nutritional option for Santa. The nutrients in whole milk, like protein, calcium, and vitamin D, provide the fuel Santa needs to travel the whole globe in one night. Whole milk is the unsung hero of his Christmas journey. Protein helps build and repair Santa's muscles. Hoisting heavy sacks of gifts up and down the chimney is no easy task. Calcium is vital for strong bones. It is calcium that keeps Santa strong and sturdy as he dashes from rooftop to rooftop. And vitamin D is essential to a strong immune system. Santa absolutely needs one as he braves the cold, wintry night. You see, it's not just the magic of the season that helps Santa deliver presents worldwide. It's also the fortifying nutrients of whole milk. Reflecting on Christmas traditions this year begs the question, if whole milk is a good option to fuel Santa's extraordinary Christmas Eve journey, then why isn't it an option for American school children in their lunchrooms? That's why I support Representative G.T. Thompson's Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act, a bill allowing unflavored and flavored whole milk to be offered in school cafeterias. Since 2012, the National School Lunch and Breakfast Program has allowed only low-fat and fat-free milk options for American school children. This means 2% and whole milk have been excluded from the daily diets of an entire generation of kids. The USDA intends to finalize another rule which will further limit milk options. Anti-milk advocates advance one main argument against whole milk, that whole milk is bad for kids. Rather, milk has 13 essential nutrients that are needed for children to live healthy lives and succeed in school. It's an essential ingredient to growth and development. Research shows that whole milk is associated with a neutral or lower risk of heart disease and obesity. Moreover, the USDA contradicts itself by limiting milk options for young children. On one hand, it recognizes that children are at risk of under-consuming dairy. Yet on the other, it creates policies that will only exacerbate the problem. If Americans have learned anything from these past 3 years, it's that scientific authorities tend to contradict themselves. The truth is that whole milk is a significant source of vital nutrients for children's growth and development. The federal bureaucracy should never stand in between your children and a nutritious lunch. The Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act isn't about advocating for one type of milk over another. It's about providing parents, schools, and food service providers with the option to choose what's best for our children's nutrition. This act does not aim to diminish the importance of other milk varieties. Rather, it seeks to restore the availability of a wholesome, natural option that has been a staple for generations. This bill is about choice. It's a chance to empower parents and schools to make informed choices about what goes into our children's diets. Whether it's the nutritional foundation for Santa's journey or your child's math homework, let's not discount the benefits of whole milk. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to H.R. 1147, the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act. School meals are critical in reducing child hunger and providing children with the healthy foods they need. Milk, offered as part of these meals, can help deliver essential nutrients that are vital to a child's development. That is why it is so important that we provide students with the most nutritious milk options. Child nutrition standards for school meals, including milk options, are guided by the Science-Based Dietary Guidelines for Americans, or the DGAs, which are periodically updated based on recommendations from child nutrition experts and input from the public. The latest DGAs, along with the American Heart Association, American Academy of Pediatrics, the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine, the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, and over a dozen other public health advocates agree that fat-free and low-fat milk are the healthiest options for children. Regrettably, H.R. 1147 attempts to legislate nutrition standards and disregard the evidence-based recommendations made by the DGAs. Furthermore, the bill would undermine the Biden administration's ongoing rulemaking to better align school nutrition standards with the latest science. This bill would allow schools participating in the National School Lunch Program to offer whole milk and reduced fat milk, violating the current science-based standards that protect children's health. Whole milk contains far more saturated fat, cholesterol, and calories than fat-free and low-fat milk. Conversely, fat-free and low-fat milk offer the same vital nutrients, including calcium, vitamin D, vitamin A, protein, and potassium, as whole milk. Nutrition standards must be guided by scientists, not politicians. If someone wants to offer one study or another to be considered, use the DGA process, not the political process. This bill needlessly inserts politics into a science-based process. Lastly, I'm disappointed by the majority's decision to depart from precedent by moving a child nutrition bill outside of a comprehensive child nutrition reauthorization. Rather than improve our nation's child nutrition programs holistically, the majority has decided to prioritize interfering with evidence-based nutrition standards for our children's school meals. For that reason, Mr. Chairman, I oppose the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to tell my colleague something that I think will be easy to remember about why we're doing this. Scientists/experts designed the Titanic. Amateurs scientists, experts built the Titanic, and amateurs built the Ark. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
Gentleman's recognized.
Well, thank you. Well, we're making biblical allusions. I think just last week we were at this microphone talking about National Bible Week, and I think one of the phrases that you run across again and again as you read the Bible is that God promised Abraham a land flowing of milk and honey. I'll let the body decide what type of milk Abraham or the Lord was promising Abraham. I think I know. In any event, for some reason, as somebody who's been drinking milk my whole life, I can tell you a better tasting milk and a milk that I think is more likely to be consumed is whole milk. For some reason, the current administration is waging war on milk. The USDA's current restrictions on school lunches are limiting nutritious options for kids. This comes at a time when it's found that 90% of Americans do not eat enough dairy to meet dietary recommendations. Drinking milk leads to better bone health and lower risk for type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease. Additionally, milk stands as a leading and accessible source of 9 essential nutrients that children often fall short of. Proposed guidelines such as limiting milk options by age group and counting milk fat against weekly saturated allowance threaten to deprive students of essential nutrients. It is crucial that students have access to nutritional benefits of milk, and with these restrictions, they might choose to forego milk entirely if you have to drink the less tasty 1% or, even worse, fat-free milk. These proposed restrictions ignore several recent research studies examining the effect of higher fat milk consumption, which found that it is associated with lower childhood obesity, and concluded that dietary guidelines that recommend reduced fat milk versions might not provide a benefit in lowering the risk of childhood obesity, which we are all for. I implore each of you to consider the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act of 2023 as a common sense solution to ensure that we have healthy children. Thank you for your attention, and I ask my fellow members to vote yes on H.R. 1147.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentlelady from North Carolina.
I reserve, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as you may consume to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Ranking Member Scott, for your time and leadership in this matter. I rise today in opposition to this bill. Monday night, the Rules Committee considered my amendment number 16 to H.R. 1147, which would have provided an alternative, a healthy alternative to our young people, people that cannot digest milk. I've heard my colleagues on the other side of the aisle suggest that this was a choice. Well, if there were a choice, then why not add soy as a choice? Soy gives the equivalent of the nutritional values as whole milk, but it does not have the negative impact that whole milk has on a large swath of people in our community. I will tell you those numbers. 95% of Native Americans have lactose intolerance. 90% of African Americans, lactose intolerant. 65% of Latino Americans, 65% are in fact lactose intolerant. Asian Americans, 90%. These are real numbers. This is not about taste. This is not about profit. This is not about bottom line. This is not about a powerful lobby. This is about the safety, nutrition, and well-being of our young people. We cannot ignore the impacts that ingesting or attempting to digest things that your body cannot, and what impacts it has on one's ability to concentrate or do well in the classroom. My colleagues and I formed a diverse group represented by chairs of the Congressional Hispanic and Asian and Pacific Islander caucuses and vice chairs of the as vice chair of the CBC respectfully. We all firmly believe that the full House should be allowed to debate this important measure. making sure that we were given the opportunity on the floor to debate this amendment, which I believe, if given the opportunity to be heard, even the other side could have and would have been able to support. What's most perplexing is the denial of this amendment aligns with the purposes of the underlying bill to expand choice and to deliver healthy beverages to the school counter. Our amendment is based on the text of my bill, H.R. 1619, the Add Soy Act. It amends the Richard B. Russell National School Lunch Program to strike the onerous milk note requirement to stipulate that USDA reimburse school districts to make a plant-based dietary alternative that is nutritionally equivalent to cow's milk available in school. Yes, a choice, a real choice. When Congress enacted the milk mandate 80 years ago, the United States was less diverse, and we did not understand the exact science surrounding lactose intolerant. Yet 70 to 90% of African Americans today are lactose intolerant. 90% of Asians, 95% of Native Americans, and 65% of Latinos are in fact lactose intolerant. The National Institute of Health reports the majority of all people have reduced ability to digest lactose after infancy. And it adds to its also very common in people in West Africa, Arab, Jewish, and Greek and Italian descent. Currently, if a student wants a nutritionally equivalent alternative to milk, they need to get a doctor's note or a parent's note to obtain plant-based beverage. Oftentimes, parents are working 2 jobs. Oftentimes, unfortunately, parents don't pay as much attention or as in tune and have the opportunity to get to the school or even have health care to go to a doctor to get a note. Should that child still be punished and forced to drink something that their body simply cannot digest? How do you concentrate in the classroom when you are drinking and attempting to digest something that your body cannot? What happens to that child when they belly up to the desk and have to study or pay attention, but their body is telling them that they've eaten something that does not agree with them? It causes problem, it causes ridicule, it causes the ability or inability to concentrate and perform at their highest level. Because of this high barrier to entry, kids often don't, and many skip school or don't do well in school as an alternative. If 75% of African Americans are lactose intolerant, which is true in my family, why should 3/4 of kids have to get a note if it's not a medical disability to be African American, it's not a medical disability to be Vietnamese American, it's not a disability to be Native American, it's not a disability to be Latino? Lactose intolerance is genetic. This isn't complicated. Kids should be given a healthy fluid beverage option that doesn't make them sick. Our amendment would have provided a sensible solution. Allow the USDA to reimburse school districts for soy milk, which so far is the only plant-based milk that has been recognized under the latest formulation of the 2020 American Dietary Guidelines to be healthy and nutritionally equivalent to cow's milk. Moreover, there's a primary reason that more than half of all children given milk is thrown into a cafeteria trash can, unused. Carton after carton after carton of discarded cartons of milk that have never been opened. Because at some point, kids realize this isn't good for me and they don't drink it. So whatever nutritional value that you thought you were affording by giving milk doesn't happen if young people can't consume or digest it. Many kids don't want milk because it makes them sick. According to the USDA, 29% of cartons of cow milk served in our schools are thrown into the garbage unopened. This comes out to be somewhere around $300 million in annual waste of the taxpayers' funds for milk cartons. It's clear, not only is it a food waste issue, but a failure on the NSLP to supply food to kids that are consumed and meet their daily nutritional requirement. The present rate of food waste and taxpayer losses is unacceptable. I ask my Republican colleagues, do you think it is a good policy? Is it good stewardship of our tax dollars in delivering good, healthy outcomes for all kids? And if you believe it is, then you should agree and recognize that adding a true alternative is a good thing. I remind you, it's not a medical condition to be Black, Latino, Asian, or Jewish, or other ethnicities. This is an issue of racial equity and inclusion, as well as tightening government spending and waste. It's both a matter of squandering tax dollars and a matter of fairness. The kids who have the least and who have the most difficulty raising their voices are being denied a food staple that they simply cannot stand. We must fix this. Let us strive to do better for the next generation and equip them with the nutritional sustenance at a lunch counter that can give them an opportunity to not just survive, but to thrive. I implore you, think about the children. Don't think about the profit. Don't think about the lobby. Don't think about the efforts of a winner or a loser. Let's put children first and make sure that we as a Congress recognize the value of fighting for those who have not been given the opportunity to fight for themselves. Add soy, create true alternatives. Do not force people to digest things that their bodies simply cannot. It is for this reason, and this reason solely, that I cannot support this measure without true alternatives. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself a minute. Mr. Chairman, we're very concerned about waste. And one of the reasons there is so much waste is because whole milk is not allowed and children don't like the taste of skim milk. We are putting children first. We're not excluding soy drink. It is not milk. It is a plant-based food. It isn't milk, so you can't call it soy milk. You can call it soy drink. But it was under our first African-American president in this country that this was designed this way, and the First Lady pushed through these rules and regulations to exclude whole milk, which, by the way, my colleague says has an enormous amount more fat. Well, the fat content of whole milk is about 3.5%. And we're foisting on children 1.5% milk, which doesn't have a very good taste to many of them, and excluding them from 3.5%. And we do not exclude soy drink. This is about inclusion, and it's about equity. We want people to be able to drink the kind of milk they want to drink. I yield 2 minutes to Mr. Smucker from Pennsylvania.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. To Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1147, the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act, and I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan, bicameral, and utterly fantastic bill. I proudly represent 11th District, which is one of the largest dairy producers in the Northeast. In 2022, 1,300 Lancaster County farms produced 2.1 billion pounds of milk. I've visited many of those farms, and I've had many discussions with local school administrators about the importance of child nutrition, and we all agree that milk is a key vehicle for delivering protein, potassium, calcium, phosphorus, and vitamins A and D, especially for children. And let's not skim over the facts here. Whole milk is truly the cream of the crop in delivering these key vitamins and nutrients to growing children. Sadly, our nation's kids are not consuming enough dairy. We've seen a decline since we banned whole milk in our schools to receive those essential vitamins and nutrients. And we can only begin to calculate the impact that has on their long-term health. So let's not curdle away the opportunity to expand dairy consumption in our nation's schools and ensure our children are getting the nutrients necessary to grow strong bones and teeth. Mr. Speaker, all milk puns aside, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Expanding the universe of options for children to consume vital nutrients and vitamins is important for their long-term health, but also helps these kids be prepared for school, develop into adulthood, and cultivate a 21st century workforce. Mr. Speaker, healthy kids and supporting our dairy farmers are mutually important. Thank you. And I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we received a letter from the National Alliance for Nutrition and Activity, which says in part that passing of H.R. 1147 would be a departure from the long-standing tradition of establishing food and nutrition standards for federal child nutrition programs based upon the findings of independent reviewers and the scientific community. These are evidence-based strategies to increase school meal consumption and, by extension, potentially school milk consumption that do not involve weakening nutrition standards. Changes to school nutrition standards should be guided by the dietary guidelines, not special interests, and as such, we strongly urge you to put children's interests first and uphold the science-based process and oppose the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act of 2023. Our children deserve no less. It is signed by the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, the Advocates for Better Children Diets, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Heart Association, the American Public Health Association, Ann and Robert H. Lurie Children's Hospital of Chicago, Balanced, Center for Biological Diversity, the Center for Science and Public Interest, Chef Ann Foundation, Friends of the Earth, Healthy Food of America, Healthy Schools Campaign, Lifetime Foundation, the National WIC Association, and the Public Health Institute. I ask that the whole letter be entered into the record by unanimous consent.
The gentleman's request is covered by general leave.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I now yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, the author of this legislation.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Madam Chair, thank you for your leadership and your support. I rise today in strong support of my legislation, the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act, which supports students and dairy farmers across America. Milk is an essential building block for a well-rounded and balanced diet, offering 13 essential nutrients and numerous health benefits. However, out-of-touch federal regulations have imposed dietary restrictions on the types of milk students have access to in school meals. Our ranking member is a dear friend of mine. We've worked together for I've been here 15 years, a little longer, but we've got a great relationship. We do a lot of bipartisan bills together, like we marked up yesterday. But I have to say, the only special interest here is our kids. And it's our kids that have been cheated out of the nutrition that they need. It's our kids who have, case studies have shown that the rate of obesity and being overweight increased dramatically after access to whole milk and flavor was taken out of the schools. 2007, 2008 was a baseline. 2010, Democrat-led initiative demonized milk fat. In 2020, 2021, there was a study of that same cohort, and obesity has gone up whenever this beverage. My good friend Louisiana, who was just here, spoke before. I mean, everybody's entitled to their own facts, their own opinion, but not their own facts. And the facts are that it's the underlying law that was passed back in 2010 by a Democratic House and signed by a Democratic president that quite frankly, required a physician prescription in order for health reasons. Now, that is a good part of the law. We didn't touch that. We didn't address that in this bill, so I'm not sure why he's talking about it. It's not germane to the topic that we're talking about today. That actually is the underlying law. The bottom line is that students and parents do have choice, and there's a mechanism to honor that. The only choice they don't have, though, is access to the most nutritious beverage, which is whole milk, and specifically whole milk and flavor. The waste that was noted, I appreciate the gentleman from Louisiana sharing how much waste there was, what that amounts to in cartons, half pints, what it amounts to in dollars, but that's because of the taste experience. It's not that these kids are throwing the milk away because it's unhealthy for them. It's just a terrible taste experience when you're drinking non-fat, low-fat or non-fat milk. The students have been limited to fat-free or reduced fat milk since the Healthy Hunger Free Kids Act was enacted in 2010. While some of my friends on the other side of the aisle have argued that we should not reform individual aspects of the child nutrition, it was that legislation more than a decade ago that singled out milk for regulation, which is why we're here today. There are several reasons why these top-down regulations are harmful to students and school districts that are forced to comply with them. First, we have seen students opt out of consuming milk altogether if they don't have access to a variety that they enjoy. According to the 2020 Dietary Guideline Advisory Committee report, more than 2/3 of school-aged children fail to meet the recommended levels of dairy. Well, no kidding. We took out the most nutrition, the most tasty, and made it inaccessible to them. Let's face it, the only way to benefit from milk's essential nutrients is to consume it. Now, we're not force-feeding anybody anything. This is about choice. And when students turn away from milk, they often opt for far less healthy alternatives that are highly caffeinated, sugar-sweetened, or lack key nutrients. Now, these regulations also perpetuate baseless claims that milk is bad for our kids. Research has shown time and time again that whole and 2% milk are not responsible for childhood obesity and other health concerns. In fact, these beverages are so nutritious that research shows positive health outcomes for kids who consume whole milk. Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to insert into the record 15 academic studies from researchers around the world, including from top institutions such as Boston University and Tufts, who have studied the health effects of full-fat dairy.
Gentleman's request is covered by general leave.
Thank you. These studies show, among other things, that full-fat dairy foods have little to no association with high blood pressure, cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, obesity, blood pressure, or cholesterol. In fact, several of these studies show full-fat foods help improve or lower negative health outcomes for children who drank more full-fat dairy beverages.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Give me 2 minutes. I'll use less. A minute.
I yield the gentleman an additional 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Whole milk, and additionally, since whole milk was removed from the school lunchrooms, the childhood obesity rate has increased according to the CDC and several case studies. Whole milk is not the problem. For our children to excel in the classroom and beyond, they must have access to more nutritious options, not fewer. Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act will allow schools participating in the National School Lunch Program to serve all varieties of flavored and unflavored milk, including whole milk. And it's important to remember that this legislation does not require any student to drink or any other school to serve whole milk. Rather, this legislation simply gives schools the flexibility to serve a broader variety of milk in the school lunchroom. And additionally, if students have a documented medical condition or disability that prohibits them from safely or comfortably consuming milk, schools are required to offer them an alternative beverage. This legislation will not change that standard. Proud to have 134 bipartisan co-sponsors from 44 states. And the bottom line is Whole Milk for Healthy Kids is all about ensuring students have the necessary nutrients to learn and to grow. And with that, I yield back and I thank the gentlelady.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, could you advise how much time is available on both sides?
Gentleman from Virginia has 17 and a half minutes remaining. Gentlelady from North Carolina has 13 and a half minutes remaining.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from Pennsylvania and I have enjoyed working together on many different bills, but on this bill we happen to disagree. He has presented evidence on the floor that instead of being considered by members of Congress, really ought to be considered by the experts in the normal scientific process. If the school children are to get the benefit of his studies, tell it to the experts, not the politicians. I would hope that we would stick with the scientific process and keep as we're doing, stick with the DGAs and not the political process and changing the process by trying to convince members of Congress who are subject to political pressures on one side or another. So I would hope that we would stick to that process and not the political process. And if you have studies, show it to the experts, not the politicians. I reserve.
Virginia reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, the Vice Chair of the Education and Workforce Committee, Ms. Miller.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Dr. Fox. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank Chairman Thompson and Chairwoman Fox for sponsoring this important legislation. I rise in support of H.R. 1147, the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act. This crucial legislation recognizes the nutritional benefits of whole milk for our children. As a result of the radical Obama administration policies led by Michelle Obama, only fat-free and low-fat milks can be served in school meals. H.R. 1147 would end this practice and allow schools to serve whole milk. Whole milk is a rich source of essential nutrients, including calcium and vitamin D, which are vital for developing strong bones and a healthy immune system. Studies have also shown that whole milk can contribute to healthier weight in children. I raised my 7 children on whole fat milk, and they're all within normal weights. And I also have recognized that children that have high fat diets stay full longer. I am proud to support this bill on behalf of parents, and I want to thank America's dairy farmers for producing milk for our families. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Recognized. Reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves.
Mr. Chair, my understanding is that there was a limit to what my colleague from Pennsylvania could put under general leave, and so I wish to insert 5 pieces under general leave and under my comments.
Gentlelady's request is covered under general leave.
Thank you.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The gentleman from Virginia is reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act, which will allow schools to offer both unflavored and flavored whole milk for students. Whole milk provides children with 13 essential nutrients for growth, development, immunity, and brain function. Whole milk also serves as the top source of protein, calcium, potassium, and vitamin D for children. I am a proud co-sponsor of this vital legislation, and I thank my good friend Chairman Thompson for introducing this common sense bill. For too long, poor federal policy has kept whole milk out of our school cafeterias. This common sense legislation puts the health and well-being of our children first, and as a father of 2 young sons myself, I am proud to support this bill, and I urge my colleagues to join me in doing so. Also, as a father, I would note that I see every day the illustration of how my children react to whole milk versus skim milk, and I would just give that firsthand impression. But I also would say the science supports it, and I would like to submit these scientific studies for the record as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's request is covered under general leave.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Dr. Fox, and thank you for yielding. I rise in support of the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids bill. As a doctor, I know the benefits of whole milk, and I know that they can have benefits for Americans of all ages. Whole milk is 96.5% fat-free, and according to a study conducted that lasted for more than 15 years and was published in the Lancet Journal of Medicine, individuals who consume more than 2 dairy products each day have a lower risk of cardiovascular disease. There are lower morbidity associated with those who have whole milk and whole milk products in their diet. The 13 essential nutrients that are found in milk are vital for the development of bones, muscles, and even brain tissue in our nation's children. by banning healthy milk products from our schools, misguided policies that were crafted and implemented by the Obama administration have led to students to turn away from milk and dairy products and turn to highly caffeinated and sugary drinks. Those drinks have very little nutritional value. Pennsylvania's 13th congressional district is home to the most number of dairy cows in our Commonwealth. Recently, I had the chance to visit Gallagher's Dairy Company in Johnstown, Pennsylvania. For the past 4 generations, Gallagher's has processed milk from 46 regional family dairy farms. These products end up with retailers, in grocery stores, and in schools across the Northeast. The Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act will ensure that whole and 2% milk processed at facilities like Gallagher's will make its way to school lunchrooms. I urge all of my colleagues to vote for nutrition by supporting this legislation. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mrs. Fox. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank the gentleman from Louisiana for painting a vivid and completely disingenuous picture of junior high school students being held down and having milk forced down their throats in a school cafeteria. I will also take the opportunity, I can't believe I'm doing this, Ms. Fox and Doctor, the milk fat content of whole milk is actually 3.25%, making it 96.7% fat-free. So when we look at the science, we read this definition. Milk means the lacteal secretion practically free from colostrum obtained by the complete milking of one or more healthy cows. The reason soy milk's not in there is because it's not milk. Neither is almond milk. Milk comes from a mammal. I strongly support this bill, and I'm looking forward to having our children have healthy, nutritious choices in their schools. And with that, I yield back. Thank you for your time.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to co-sponsor the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act and urge my colleagues to support its adoption. After over 10 years of schools having to comply with a nonsensical ban, I'm excited to work on this bill to provide full flavor, nutrient-dense milk to kids once again. Parents and physicians have known the benefits of milk for generations. Nearly 70% of milk consumed at home is whole or 2% because it actually tastes good. It's packed with vitamins, and most importantly, kids actually love it. I know my 4 do. Full-fat milk gives parents alternatives to soda that their kids actually want to drink, but kids have been strangely barred from having their favorite milk choices in schools. The result has been a decline in milk consumption in schools, and when kids are drinking less milk, they're losing out on nutrients that are critical for their healthy development. Milk is the top source of protein, calcium, phosphorus, and vitamin D for kids, and it provides 7 of the 14 nutrients the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends for brain development. The bottom line is that limiting milk in schools and reduces consumption of essential nutrients, pushes kids towards sugary alternatives, and has led to less healthy kids. As the representative for hundreds of family-owned dairy farms in New York and as a parent to 4 kids, I have one special interest: the health standard of the kids growing up in our communities. And I'm excited to take this long overdue action to repeal a ridiculous ban. And I'm grateful to Chairman Thompson for his leadership to get the full-fat milk back in schools. I encourage my colleagues to vote for this bipartisan bill. And with that, I yield back.
North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California and my classmate, Mr. Costa.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and my classmate for 2 minutes. Let me speak in favor of this important bipartisan legislation. The Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act is an investment, I believe, in our children's health and future. This proposed legislation, let's be clear, does not change the underlying law. The 19 years that I've been on the House Ag Committee, the school lunch and breakfast program has been and should be a focus of attention by the House of Representatives and the Congress. Why? Because we provide the support for the school lunch and breakfast programs. And why else? Because we want our children to have the most nutrition possible from lunch and breakfast. In addition, we want to deal with issues of obesity and issues of allergies. It's important for a healthy future. Now, let me say that I know a little bit about this. My family and I have been involved in the dairy business in California for 3 generations, since the early 1920s. Dairy plays a critical role in the nutritional diet of children as a leading food source with nutrients that are critical for the development of growth. We must provide healthy, nutrient-packed options that children will actually choose to consume, ranging from non-fat to whole. Milk provides 13 essential nutrients, as has been mentioned, including 3 of the 4 nutrients of public health concern that involve calcium, potassium, and vitamin D. A few months ago, I visited the Fresno Unified Nutrition Center. Fresno Unified is the 3rd largest school district in California, 73,000 students. They prepare 45,000 lunches a day and 15,000 breakfasts at 85 school sites. It's a big undertaking for this nutritional program. And what we know is that for many of the kids, the breakfast or the lunch they get is sometimes the best meal they get in a day. So therefore, we need to be focused on this. Our schools must be equipped with the nutritional school milk options. We must be available and flexible to new scientific developments that are made. And when kids...
Gentleman's time has expired.
I'll yield the gentleman an additional minute.
Thank you.
Gentleman's recognized.
Our schools must be equipped with nutritional school milk options, and this is what this legislation attempts to try to do. When kids like their school milk options that are flavorful and tasteful, they consume them in the levels that they should. When kids, I think, like their choices for lunch or breakfast, America succeeds. And let me close by saying, everybody needs milk. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are waiting for one more speaker to come, so I will yield myself a minute.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I want to reiterate some points that were made before. We are not being driven by any special interest group lobby. We are being driven by the special interest group of children. We want children in school to have access to whole milk, which, as my colleagues have pointed out, is 96.75% fat-free. But it provides one of the most nutritious meals that children can have. We are seeing tremendous waste in the schools. We are not excluding soy drink. The policy that we are trying to overcome here by providing whole milk to children was a policy passed under the Obama administration. We're not trying to harm minorities in any way whatsoever. We want everybody to have the choice to drink a soy drink, whole milk, skim milk, 1% milk, whatever. We don't understand. Yield myself 15 seconds.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, this bill has been terribly mischaracterized by our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. It's about healthy choices for children. With that, I reserve.
Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, could you advise how much time is available on both sides?
Gentleman from Virginia has 16 and a half minutes remaining. Gentlelady from North Carolina has 3 1/4 minutes. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser.
Gentleman recognized.
Speaker, I thank Chairwoman Fox very much for her leadership on this and very important issue. Mr. Chairman, kids love milk, but our schools have been prohibited from providing children whole milk since 2010, and frankly, it was based upon false science. Milk is a healthy choice for our children. It has 13 essential nutrients that kids need: calcium, protein, iron, vitamin D, potassium, and more. And compared to soda or iced tea, which kids will turn to without a healthy alternative, a carton of milk has only 1/3 the sugar as a can of Coca-Cola. We as adults and representatives need to give our children and grandchildren the options to make healthy choices. We need this legislation to put whole milk back in our schools. And Mr. Speaker, would you be surprised to know that whole milk is 96.75% fat-free? To say whole milk is unhealthy for kids is, if you will, utterly ridiculous. Let's do the right thing by our children, families, and dairy farmers by passing the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act. It's time to ask American school children if they once again got milk. I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. The gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to close.
Thank you,
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed that my Republican colleagues are attempting to make school meals less healthy by ignoring the latest science and undermining President Biden's work to strengthen school meal nutrition. The latest DGAs have already made clear that fat-free milk and low-fat milk are the healthiest options for children. And if anybody has studies or research to the contrary, they should submit it to the experts in the normal process rather than politicians. This bill goes against the dairy industry's recent commitment to ensuring students have access to the healthiest dairy options consistent with the DGAs. Mr. Chairman, we should be committed to ensuring that students have access to the healthiest dairy options in accordance with science-based guidelines. But H.R. 1147 contradicts this commitment by interfering with the independent process that aligns child nutrition standards with the latest science. I'm also disappointed that we're considering a bill that does nothing to meaningfully address child nutrition or hunger. This is in stark contrast to the comprehensive science-based reauthorization of the federal child nutrition programs that committee Democrats advanced last Congress to, among other things, strengthen evidence-based nutrition standards for school meals beyond just milk. Bottom line is that Congress should not inject politics into child nutrition standards at the expense of nutritious meals that our children need to grow healthy, and therefore urge my colleagues to oppose H.R. 1147 and yield back the balance of the time.
Gentleman from Virginia yields. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I've seen a lot of bills mischaracterized on this floor in my time here, but I think this is one of the worst. Passing the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act would be a critical step towards empowering parents and securing our children's well-being. Whole milk isn't just a beverage. It's a vital source of nutrients essential for children's growth. Denying access to its calcium, vitamin D, and protein threatens to inhibit their development. To the anti-milk advocates, I have one thing to ask of you. What do you have against milk? If you scrutinize them closely, you might be convinced that Democrats are waging a war on dairy. The Democrat administration has presided over a 15% milk price increase in the grocery store. A Democrat proposal, the Green New Deal, calls for the elimination of cows for their so-called greenhouse gas emissions. A Democrat policy is slashing the milk available to newborns through the special slashing the milk available to newborns through the special slashing the milk available to newborns through the special slashing the milk available to newborns through the special slashing the milk available to newborns through the special slashing the milk available to newborns through the special slashing the milk available to newborns through the special
that has been going on here. And I think it's proven time and time again that the President of the United States did absolutely nothing wrong. But this is a very, very sad day for this committee and for this institution and for this country.
slashing the milk available to newborns through the special slashing the milk available to newborns through the special
programs, regardless of whether milk is organic. Inclusion of whole milk in this bill is detrimental to American youth's health and well-being, and the amendment fails to alter that fact. So I oppose the underlying bill and oppose the amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time I have remaining?
Gentlelady has 3 minutes remaining.
I yield myself the balance remaining of my time.
So ordered.
I hear a lot from my colleagues across the aisle on the experts, but I also wonder how many people in Congress have had to use the national school lunch programs. And frankly, I've been one of those people. So when I hear people speak in opposition to this, saying that it's going to hurt minorities, it's going to hurt those of us who have actually had to use the program, I find it ironic. Frankly, I think that we need more people in office that have had rougher upbringings to bring a different lens and perspective, to hear that whole milk is bad for children, to hear the arguments against organic milk, and to hear the arguments that are coming from across the aisle. I don't know that it represents necessarily the best interest of the American people other than political spite. I yield back my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from...
I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in House Report 118-308. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 2, printed in House Report Number 118-308, offered by Mr. Mills of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 922, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mills, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment prohibits schools from participating in the school lunch program under the Act from purchasing or offering milk produced by Chinese state-owned enterprises that may be operating here within the United States or elsewhere. As many of us know, in 2008, melamine scandal exposed systemic corruption and disregard for the safety standards within China's own dairy industry. This scandal resulted in the death of 6 infants and sickened thousands more, highlighting the devastating consequences of lax regulations and unethical practices. The evidence is clear. These enterprises pose a serious threat to our consumers' health, our economic security, and our national interests. We can't allow CCP enterprises to export their dangerous practices to our school lunches. This is an issue maintaining American control of critical supply chains that the Chinese state-owned enterprises have no business being in our schools. Florida is one of the largest cattle producers in America, and there's no way I will allow producers in my state to be compromised by the CCP or the PRC. If we fail to act, we risk losing our family farms and jeopardizing the livelihoods of thousands of Americans. This is not about trade isolationism. It's about protecting our children in schools from unsafe products, ensuring fair competition for American producers, and safeguarding our national security. The potential consequences of inaction are simply too great for me to ignore. And the quality and safety of food that we provide to our children is paramount, and we cannot compromise on these standards. We must be vigilant about our source and production practices of the product that we are present in our educational institutions and safeguard them from adversaries who do not share our same interests. By prohibiting schools from purchasing or offering milk produced by China's state-owned enterprises operating in the United States and elsewhere, we aim to send a clear message about our commitment to health and the safety of our children. Last year, over 30 million school children relied on school lunches for their nutrition. We've seen how the CCP has approached other industries, and we cannot allow such an important sector to become vulnerable at a time of crisis. Therefore, I urge you to join me in preventing the CCP-supported entities from infiltrating school lunches and a key American supply chain. This is a necessary step to protect the health and well-being of our citizens, safeguard our economy, and defend our national interests. Let us send a clear message that we will prioritize the safety and security of our nation's school children above all else. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman for Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield myself such time as it may consume. Mr. Chairman, nobody disputes that the dairy industry is a crucial part of domestic supply chains and provides an important economic benefit to the tune of over $753 billion to the U.S. economy. In 2022, just 5 states, California, Wisconsin, Idaho, Texas, and New York, collectively produced more than 50% of the U.S. annual milk supply. school breakfast and school lunch programs are already required to purchase domestic agricultural commodities and food products. Although exemptions exist, milk is produced in sufficient quantities in the U.S. and at competitive prices to severely restrict the ability of any school to purchase foreign-produced milk. To this end, the amendment does not fix the flaws of the underlying bill and makes no meaningful improvements to Buy American policies. We can make sure that Chinese milk is not breaching our supply chain with continued monitoring and enforcement of present law. The recent report found that Chinese seafood has been served in schools, highlighting the need for additional diligence in enforcing present law. I don't support the underlying legislation, and I oppose the amendment as being unnecessary and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized from Florida.
Well, it's interesting, and I understand that facts, for whatever reason, seem to sink in a lot slower on the left than they do in America's party. So I'll say this once more. In 2008, melamine scandal exposed systemic corruption and disregard for complete safety by milk that was produced by the dairy products of China. So it's interesting that you say that they aren't actually weakening anything when they had infants and children to the thousands who had died and were sick by their actual produce, capabilities or incapabilities and capacity. So again, facts are a very finical thing. They are oftentimes slowly leaked in on the left. But you can't dispute that China's production of dairy has been less safe and less put under the regulations and rigorous streams that they do in American production under the FDA. With that, I go ahead and yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, does the gentleman yield back his time?
Gentleman yield back.
Okay. Thank you. I yield myself the balance of the time. Just to reiterate, the present law requires domestic purchase, and so this is unnecessary. And if Chinese milk has gotten into the supply, we need to monitor that. It violates present law. And to suggest that we're ignoring science, the underlying bill is ignore science. That's the purpose of the underlying bill. So I would hope that we would reject the amendment and reject the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed in House Report 118-308. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 3, printed in House Report Number 118-308, offered by Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin.
Pursuant to House Resolution 922, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, Merry Christmas. My bipartisan amendment prevents the USDA from issuing any rule that bans any of the milk covered in this bill, including chocolate milk. This would ensure that all types and flavors of milk are available to school children and not subject to bureaucratic rulemaking. Some may ask, why are we focusing on this issue? Unfortunately, it's because the USDA has its sights on getting rid of chocolate milk in schools. It's now up to us to act. This summer, it was reported that the Department of Agriculture is considering a ban on chocolate milk in elementary and middle schools. USDA issued a proposed rule that would set a new nutrition standard for school meals. These new standards could limit the availability of flavored milk like chocolate and strawberry in high schools, while children in elementary and middle schools would have no access at all. For those of you with young children or grandchildren, go and ask them what they think about USDA's new rule. I think I can speak for most folks when saying that when I was young, chocolate milk was usually the highlight of having lunch at school. But this new rule would mean that roughly 30 million students who participate in the USDA's school meal programs would no longer be able to have chocolate milk or any flavored milk for that matter. According to the Journal of the American Dietetic Association, removing flavored milk from schools resulted in a 62 to 63% reduction in milk consumption by kids in kindergarten through 5th grade, including a 50% reduction in 6th through 8th grades. Milk is full of rich nutrients that support bone growth and development, and millions of children enjoy drinking it. We should not allow rules that would limit our children's access to delicious and nutritious products like milk and its varieties covered in this great bill. Come and take it, USDA. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bipartisan amendment.
Gentleman reserves?
I reserve.
For what purposes from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Chairman, current law requires that school meals and beverages offered under the school meal programs be consistent with the Dietary Guidelines for Americans, the DGAs, which are drafted by an advisory committee of experts. These are evidence-based recommendations set to provide nutritional guidance to ensure children receive the most nutritious meals possible. This amendment would effectively undermine the unbiased, evidence-based guidelines of the DGAs by prohibiting USDA from doing its work and replacing that process with a process where evidence will be presented to politicians and we get to decide the science. It is critical that actual scientists and experts make the recommendations and guide the process in determining options in schools, and the regulations that are updated to align with current DGAs. Experts, not members of Congress, should be the ones determining the nutrition standards to ensure that our children get the healthiest meals possible. This amendment, like the underlying bill, reinforces the precedent for Congress to legislate on specific foods at the behest of one industry or another that would be served in schools. There is a reason that the school lunch program does not contain specific nutrition standards for foods and beverages, and that is to ensure that nutrition standards can adapt to the latest science and expert recommendations. Both this amendment and the underlying bill upset this policy and opened the program to politicization in favor of district interests and single food lobbies over the health and well-being of our children. The dozens of organizations, including the American Nutrition, the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Heart Association, and a lot of others have urged Congress not to interfere with that process and to respect this science-based process. For these reasons, I urge a no vote on the amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, those experts, they've done us so well in the United States of America. Why are we $33 trillion in debt? Why do we have childhood obesity that is off the charts at this point? Oh, those experts serve us so well. Those experts that told us that butter is not good for us. Remember that a number of decades ago? Growing up on a dairy farm in western Wisconsin, I couldn't believe that they were telling us, the experts, that butter is not good for us. Well, all of a sudden, they're changing their tune on that. They told us that whole milk, we shouldn't possibly drink that. They're beginning to turn on that also and saying maybe that is good for our children. Yeah, the experts, they have done us so well. The reason I bring this before the House of Representatives is I did listen to experts. Those people that run the school lunch programs. I will never forget a day about a decade ago when I stopped at a local gas station in northern Wisconsin, and a school lunch director came up to me. I didn't even know her. She said, at that time, Senator Tiffany, she said, would you tell the federal government to get out of our school lunch program? We are throwing away so much food. That was, remember, Michelle Obama's school lunch dictates that she put in place, and the school lunch director said, don't do that to us. I had multiple school lunch directors across northern Wisconsin in my district say, federal government stay out of our school lunch programs. We know what we're doing, we're trained in what we're doing, and we see what happens in our schools. This amendment should be passed, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself the balance of the time. And ask unanimous consent to enter a letter signed by dozens of organizations opposing this changing the science and the process. This amendment would make it impossible to update the science based on new evidence. We should be basing our decisions based on science, not what somebody tells us at the gas station. I would hope that we would defeat the amendment and the underlying bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman's request will be covered by general leave. Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. There being no further amendments under the rule, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 1147, and pursuant to House Resolution 922, I report the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 1147 and pursuant to House Resolution 922, reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. In a separate vote demanded on any amendment reported from the committee is a separate vote demanded on any amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole. If not, the chair will put them in gross. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are agreed to. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Richard B. Russell National School Lunch Act to allow schools that participate in the school lunch program under such act to serve whole milk.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes still have it.
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution H. Res. 927.
The clerk will read the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 927, resolution condemning anti-Semitism on university campuses and the testimony of university presidents in the House Committee on Education and the Workforce.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on HRES 927.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Order.
It depends on the context. This was the testimony delivered by so-called prestigious university presidents when presented with the question, does calling for the genocide of Jews violate your campus bullying and harassment policies? The context. What a disgraceful legalistic answer from academia's supposed top minds. As chairwoman of the House Committee on Education and the Workforce, I'll tell you what never depends on the context. Defending the rights of Jewish students to feel safe on campus. Condemning calls to incite violence against the world's most persecuted ethnic group is always appropriate and never depends on the context. And holding smug university elites accountable never depends on the context. That's why I rise today in support of this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose is the gentleman is recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
So ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I condemn anti-Semitism in all forms. Moreover, calls for genocide of Jewish people has no place in reasonable discourse, and I condemn that too. I don't think such a statement would be necessary, but in today's context, it is necessary. These sentiments were shared repeatedly by Claudine Gay of Harvard, Sally Kornbluth from MIT, and Elizabeth McGill from the University of Pennsylvania during their testimony last week. Unfortunately, because of the 5-minute exchange towards the end of the hearing that was clipped and shared online without full context during the hours-long hearing, these university presidents' commitment to fighting anti-Semitism has been called into question. This is because during the clip, they answered the question asked. They made the mistake of believing the hearing was a serious attempt to ascertain what could be done to promote student safety on campus in light of the tension between the First Amendment protections of freedom of speech on the one hand and the Criminal Code, Title VI, and Campus Code of Conduct on the other. Some speech, such as threats, can be so severe as to be criminal. Other speech could establish a hostile environment on campus in violation of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Universities can establish codes of conduct prohibiting some speech while respecting the First Amendment. But any speech involved in the First Amendment analysis is likely to be reprehensible. The fact that it might be protected does not make the speech any less reprehensible and does not suggest that you even agree with it. A call for genocide of Jewish people is obviously reprehensible in all contexts. But whether or not it is constitutionally protected depends on context. Don't take my word for it. Read the article published recently in the Harvard Crimson, authored by Harvard law professor Charles Fried, formerly Solicitor General during the Reagan administration. In the article, Professor Fried states, and I quote, "When asked whether they would discipline students, or I suppose faculty, if they called for genocide of Jews, each president responded that the answer depends on the context of the utterance." He goes on by saying, "I've taught at Harvard Law School since 1961 and began practicing before the Supreme Court in 1985, 4 years as Solicitor General of the United States. and I would have felt professionally obligated to answer as the presidents did. It does depend on context. In the 1969 Brandenburg v. Ohio, Supreme Court ruled unanimously that the Constitution guarantees free speech and free press do not permit a state to forbid or prescribe advocacy of the use of force or law violation, except where such advocacy is directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action and likely to incite or promote such action. He continues that speech itself indeed is well protected. The three university presidents head private institutions that are not bound by every aspect of the federal constitutional restraints, but each institution in various ways has declared itself committed to protecting the First Amendment values over the years. So it is not surprising that their presidents would have answered that whether they would discipline or expel students for advocating genocide depends on the context. If one seeks to follow constitutional principles, answering this question certainly does depend on context. That's what Professor Fried said. That is the kind of analysis applied to any freedom of speech question. It's even being applied to former President Trump today. Was his speech on January 6, 2021 a crime of inciting violence, or was it protected speech? Incredibly, the university presidents were directed to give a one-word answer, yes or no, and they responded, as Professor Fried said he would have been professionally obligated to do, it depends on context. Regrettably, they took the question as an opportunity to seriously discuss the constitutional implications of a complex question. That was a big mistake. And for that mistake, we are considering a resolution to condemn them and ask them to resign. I also think it's important to put this resolution in context, because in 2017, after white supremacists walked through the campus of University of Virginia shouting, "Jews will not replace us," Democrats on the committee requested a hearing on that incident, and nothing happened. Meanwhile, the one who declared there were good people on both sides has been enthusiastically endorsed. We need to do everything the law allows to address anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, racism, homophobia, and other forms of discrimination on college campuses. This resolution is not a serious effort to advance that cause. I therefore oppose this resolution and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, Conference Chairwoman, Ms. Stefanik.
Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Chairwoman Fox for chairing last week's important hearing. There is a reason that last week's hearing, the university presidents of Harvard, Penn, and MIT made history as the most watched congressional testimony in history with over 1 billion views. And that's because their testimony was the most morally bankrupt testimony in the history of the United States Congress. When asked the very specific question, does calling for the genocide of Jews violate your code of conduct on bullying and harassment, the world watched and the world heard their answers in horror. As the president of Harvard, the president, now former of Penn, and the president of MIT equivocated, dehumanized, and failed to answer yes. Anyone with a sliver of decency, humanity, and morality knows that the answer to that question is yes. President Kornbluth of MIT said that such depravity would only be considered harassment depending on the, quote, context. When pressed during her questioning, Penn's president, now former President McGill's response was shocking to the extreme. Quote, if the speech becomes conduct, it can be harassment. Finally, Harvard President Gay, whose answer was the same, quote, it depends on the context. It was pathetic, amoral, and inhumane, and by God, the world heard it. And as I said in the hearing, It does not depend on the context. As attacks against Jewish students have skyrocketed on campuses across America, we clearly have tremendous work ahead of us, Mr. Speaker, to address this rot of anti-Semitism that is now rooted in our once premier higher education institutions. And we will not be deterred by this important work. This is why I rise today in support of my bipartisan resolution condemning the rise of anti-Semitism on university campuses around the country and the morally bankrupt testimony of those university presidents.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
I give the gentlewoman another 30 seconds.
It is only a first step, but it is an important step. I commend my colleagues, Congressman Moskowitz, Majority Leader Scalise, and Congressman Gottheimer for joining to lead this historically important bipartisan effort to stand for moral truth. And I yield back the balance to the chairwoman.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my friend, the gentleman from Virginia, Ranking Member Scott, for recognizing me. Mr. Speaker, as someone who has dedicated most of her career to combating anti-Semitism and as the co-chair of the House Bipartisan Task Force for Combating Anti-Semitism, I know well that anti-Semitism has been on the rise in our country for years. It was a growing problem before the October 7th Hamas terrorist attack, and sadly, immediately after that savage attack, anti-Semitism has skyrocketed, particularly on college campuses. What we have seen happening on college campuses is outrageous, and too many college and university leaders have totally failed in their moral responsibility to condemn anti-Semitism. They have failed to keep Jewish students and faculty members safe. That is shameful. And yes, I was appalled by the failure of the 3 college presidents to simply say yes. A call for the genocide of Jews is wrong, period. But I have no interest in meaningless resolutions that do nothing to address the underlying issue of anti-Semitism. That's why my colleagues should join us in crafting serious bipartisan legislation that will make a real difference. We don't need throwaway resolutions. We need effective solutions. If we're serious about fighting anti-Semitism, we need legislation to implement and codify the U.S. national strategy to counter anti-Semitism. We need to pass the President's request for $200 million in emergency supplemental funding for the Nonprofit Security Grant Program. We need to fully fund the Office for Civil Rights at the U.S. Department of Education, not to cut that funding. And we need to strengthen our federal civil rights laws to punish all universities that fail to protect Jewish students. Until we do that, non-binding, politically motivated resolutions are not worth the paper they're written on. When anti-Semitism rears its ugly head, it harms us all, and it eats at the foundations of our democracy. I have always called out anti-Semitism on the left and on the right, and I will continue to do so. But I don't want just words. I want this Congress to take action and pass implementing legislation. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, Joe Wilson.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Chairwoman Virginia Fox, a former college president yourself, who understands these issues. And I'm very grateful for Republican Conference Chairwoman Elise Stefanik, who is courageously leading this resolution that condemns anti-Semitism on university campuses. Most Americans are shocked at the insane campus anti-Semitism that has developed, and I reviewed this in a lead op-ed in the Washington Times, December the 7th. My analysis was, sadly, college campuses have descended from coveted citadels of intellectual freedom to illiberal sewers of intolerance and bigotry. Diversity and inclusion are a George Orwell 1984 implementation, excluding conservative thought. Over the years, as infantile leftists hire only other infantile leftists, the most extreme even hire more extreme, as each tries to do the other in leftism. This leads to today's suicidal derangements, even as the regime in Tehran, coordinating with war criminal Putin, develops missiles for a nuclear attack on the big Satan, America, which would vaporize college campuses. The solution for closed-minded intolerance on campuses is obvious. To liberate academia from denial of free speech, there should be the inclusion and diversity of more conservative academics overcoming today's blatant discrimination. All Americans in good faith want college education to be uplifting for students to achieve the American dream, and I look forward to working with my colleague, Congresswoman Manning. This should be bipartisan. I yield back.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield one and a half minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, a member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce, Mr. Grothman.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you. Like most Americans, I happen to be in the room because I'm on the committee, and was a little bit startled and stunned by the lack of concern for rampant anti-Semitism on the most prominent universities in this country, the leaders who were chosen to lead those universities. And we have to ask ourselves, why is it happening on our premier campuses? You know, I can go in Wisconsin, all the hard workers in the factories, all the hard workers on the farms, all the people working in retail. I don't see any evidence of this. As a matter of fact, I don't think there's anywhere in the state of Wisconsin I'd go and find this sort of thing. But nevertheless, we seem to be finding it on our universities. And the question is, why is that so? And is there anything out there would give an indication that you have a possibility of anti-Semitism? Part of it, I think, is coming from recent immigrants who are carrying grievances from long ago to the United States. But the more concerning one is the spoiled upper middle classes that make up so many of the college students and the professors that make up the college students. And I think what we're coming out of is what I'll call the bored upper middle classes looking for something to do, and the unhappiness out of that boredom that leads them to be anti-American, but also anti-Semitic and anti-Israel, because when they see Palestine, the Gaza and Israel, they see one successful Western country and they see an unsuccessful, crooked country, and it leads them to be so mentally muddled up that they can't see what's wrong with the horrific murders that took place. So in any event, I condemn this. Thank you.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve. I have an additional speaker coming, but he's not here yet.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from California, a member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, Mr. Kiley.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
For nearly 4 centuries, Harvard has been known for many great things. As America's first college, as the alma mater of 8 presidents, as the most fertile of ground for new ideas and cutting-edge research. Yet now, in this moment, Harvard has become known for a truly terrible thing, for anti-Semitism, for leading a 21st century American resurgence of one of the world's most ancient and retrograde prejudices. And this is in large part because of the words and action, as well as the silence and inaction of President Claudine Gay. We have all now seen the shocking testimony from last week. But to borrow a phrase from Dr. Gay, we need to also look at the context. The context of Harvard having the very worst ranking in the entire country for protecting free speech. The context of President Gay initially refusing to condemn the Hamas terrorist attack and then refusing to condemn the student groups that blamed Israel. The context of Harvard's woefully inadequate measures to protect Jewish students both before October 7th, but especially after, to the point that at the hearing, President Gay would refuse to even answer the question as to whether a Jewish student can feel safe and welcome on her campus. That Harvard has declined to remove President Gay even after Penn forced out its president speaks volumes about the singular failures of that university. Yet Harvard also offers a broader window into what ails higher education in our country. This is a moment of reckoning for American higher education. Our universities cost too much, deliver too little value to graduates, and have become the most intolerant places in American life. Now is the time for fundamental change to reform the American university, and this resolution is a first step. I yield back.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Chairman of the Early Childhood, Elementary, and Secondary Education Subcommittee, Mr. Bean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Gentleman is from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker, we have seen the evil and hatred of anti-Semitism find its voice across American college and university campuses, and we have seen the full force of Jewish hatred grow as student organizations continue to celebrate the horrific October 7th terrorist attacks. These institutions have become hate factories that are quick to allow the spread of anti-Semitism, but slow to condemn it, if at all. Harvard President Claudine Gay even said calling for the genocide of Jewish students depends on the context when it comes to violating the university's code of conduct. Let me be clear. Today, the faces of modern anti-Semitism in American education are Harvard, UPenn, MIT. These institutions have gone from elite to elitist. At Harvard, if you use the wrong pronouns, that's a violation of their code of conduct. But violently targeting Jewish students and calling for the genocide of the Jewish people, that's acceptable Harvard conduct. The history of the Holocaust reminds us what will happen when hatred is met by silence. We cannot stand by while students feel threatened. It's more than a discussion, Mr. Speaker. It's a call to action, and that's why I'm proud to support Representative Stefanik's resolution condemning anti-Semitism in institutions of higher learning and specifically condemning Presidents McGill, Gay, and Kornbluth for failing to denounce the calls for genocide on their campuses. 17 times it was asked, 17 times they failed the question. Mr. Speaker, it bears repeating, anti-Semitism is not activism. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, a member of the Committee on Education Workforce, Mr. Wahlberg.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I thank you, gentlelady. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of HRES 927. Last week, America watched in bewilderment as the presidents of Harvard, MIT, and Penn were unable to say if calls for a genocide of Jews violated their harassment and bullying policy. Let's not forget campus leaders go after microaggressions, but suddenly, when it comes to anti-Semitism, they chose to remain silent. At that same hearing, I asked Harvard's president how she could rectify cracking down on faculty for saying there are biologically two genders, but maintain that calling for genocide is protected speech. The reality is, at these universities, free speech only applies to certain people at certain times, which is why these schools rank at the bottom of scorecards that judge freedom of speech. The inability of these presidents to condemn anti-Semitic rhetoric only encourages further harassment and jeopardizes the safety of Jewish students and ultimately all. They need to be held to account. I encourage adoption of the resolution, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman for Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, could I inquire as to how much time is remaining?
Gentlewoman has 8.5 minutes remaining.
And Mr. Scott?
Gentleman from Virginia has 11.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself 1 minute.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, anti-Semitism on college campuses incident tracking from 2019 to 2023. 659 total reported anti-Semitic incidents on college campuses since October 7, a 700% increase compared to last year. This was updated on December 13th, 2023. Since the terrorist attack on Israel by Hamas on October 7th, anti-Semitic incidents against Jewish students on college campuses have reached alarmingly high rates, increasing by 700% over the same period last year. Hillel International has been working around the clock with our partners to report with their partners to address these incidents and to ensure that all Jewish students feel safe on campus. This is coming from a report from Hillel, which I would like to enter into the record, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, a member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce, Mr. Williams.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I thank Representative Stefanik, my colleague from New York, for introducing this much-needed resolution. With issues as critical as mitigating anti-Semitism and protecting our Jewish community, it is vital that we speak today with moral clarity. Just days ago, in a hearing in the House Education and Workforce Committee, we heard shocking testimony from the presidents of what were once our most esteemed educational institutions. Each one of these institutions have more than 100 years of history educating our youth. One, Harvard University, is closing in on 400 years of history. These schools have an embarrassment of riches, billions of dollars in annual revenue, much of it from federal funds, billions more in endowments, no, tens of billions of dollars in endowments. They have the resources to reach any educational goal. When pressed on the solution to the problem of anti-Semitism, each of them testified that education was, in fact, the solution. Education is supposed to be the solution to anti-Semitism. Yet with all of that history, with all of those resources, with the esteem of our society and the world, these universities are ground zero for rampant, virulent, obscene, and inhuman anti-Semitism. The hearings last week exposed not only the lack of moral leadership at these schools, it exposed a sickness in the culture of our elite universities. If calling for the murder and genocide of fellow students for the crime of being Jewish is not immediately and completely repugnant, then there is no moral compass at the heart of these institutions. I yield back.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose this resolution, which, to my knowledge, would mark the first time in American history that the House of Representatives would vote to tell private college and university presidents to resign. And I want all of my colleagues to think very seriously about what this means for us today and in the future. We're all profoundly disturbed by the resurgence of anti-Semitism and racism in campus towns, including death threats, serious death threats against Jewish students at Cornell, and actual shootings and attempted murder of 3 Palestinian American students in Burlington, Vermont. We all want to express our outrage in House resolutions, which we've done more than 20 times as a House of Representatives, and numerous times even since October 7th. For example, on November 2nd, we passed House Resolution 798, which condemned all forms of anti-Semitism on college campuses, denounced any support for terrorist groups on campus, reaffirmed the free speech rights of Jewish students and faculty, and urged enforcement of federal civil rights laws to protect Jewish students against anti-Semitism. So why do we need this resolution? Well, the only thing new about it is that it would have the U.S. House of Representatives call specifically for the resignation of 2 college presidents, a call that has been slipped in at the bottom of page 2 of the resolution. This extraordinary passage comes close to being what the Constitution calls a bill of attainder, which is the unconstitutional imposition by Congress on a specific citizen or citizens of a criminal punishment or stigma by the Congress itself. Although this resolution is not a criminal punishment or stigma against specific citizens, it is undoubtedly a civil punishment and stigma against specific American citizens. How many of you would like the president of the college where you went or where your children go to be walking around with a congressional resolution telling them to resign? Everyone knows that this will be an academic scarlet letter and a professional death sentence for anyone carrying it around. Does anyone think that UPenn's President Liz McGill, who's already resigned in the face of Ms. Stefanik's ceaseless campaign to force her out, will ever be able to find another college presidency? Give me a break. Now, I hold no brief for the college president's overly legalistic, ethically tone-deaf answers awkwardly advanced in response to Ms. Stefanik's rapid-fire yes-no questions. It should not be difficult for anybody to say that in the age of rampant gun violence and lax Republican gun laws, which have put tens of millions of AR-15s into circulation in our society, anyone calling for genocide of the Jews or anyone else should be sent immediately a campus security detail to see if they pose the risk of harm to other people or if they need an immediate mental health exam. And if there's not an imminent threat, surely the call for genocide of the Jews by definition constitutes a hostile learning environment and should occasion aggressive disciplinary action. So where was the common sense on the part of the college presidents? But where is the common sense in the Congress of the United States of America, calling for the resignation of private individuals at private universities would be a dramatic and unprecedented departure for the U.S. Congress, which has never before voted to tell a college president to resign. Before we affix this lifelong stigma, reproach, and dishonor on a private citizen, do you think perhaps we should offer them some kind of due process? The kind of due process that even George Santos got and that Donald Trump is getting all over America right now for his 91 federal and state felony charges? I request 2 more minutes.
2 more minutes. Gentleman's recognized.
Should Harvard President Claudine Gay, who is the first Haitian American ever to serve in that position, and Sally Kornbluth, who is Jewish, get the chance to explain what they are actually doing to combat racism and anti-Semitism at their schools and what they have done in their lives and in their careers to oppose anti-Semitism and racism, which are the gateway to destruction of liberal democracy? Do we care about that? Or is this just a bunch of drive-by talking points? Is it relevant that the Harvard and MIT boards have made unanimous statements affirming the leadership of their 2 college presidents? Are we saying that their boards don't matter or they are indifferent to anti-Semitism? And the leaders of the Freedom Caucus know better than the Jewish president of MIT what anti-Semitism is? Now, I know these 2 were the presidents testifying before Ms. Stefanik, but are we sure that these two are even the worst in the country when it comes to bias and discrimination? Is this a one-shot deal, or, as Ms. Stefanik promises, is this just the beginning? Are we going to go through all the college and university presidents in America? And what about the CEOs of the businesses? Maybe they are not performing to her satisfaction either. And indeed, maybe there are college presidents who've looked the other way in not hypothetical cases of anti-Semitism and racism, but real cases of anti-Semitism and racism. What about them? Are we going to let them go, or are we going to go after them? Maybe we should determine who the worst are before we start using the resources of the House of Representatives to call for people to resign. Are there college presidents, by the way, who looked the other way when there was sexual abuse of college male wrestling team members, rape of students, or female gymnasts, or female soccer players? Are we interested in that now that we are superintending higher education in America? Now that we are the appellate review board for the colleges?
Has expired.
I'd like to request one more minute.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman is recognized.
Additional 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, are we prepared to become the National Academic Appeals Panel for college presidents, coaches, and professors? Or is that perhaps best left to the universities themselves? Maybe it's that we just don't have a positive legislative agenda of our own to lower drug prices in America, to get aid to our democratic allies in Ukraine against fascist imperialist thug Vladimir Putin. Maybe we don't have anything real to do, so we decide instead to go around and start lecturing to college presidents and college boards all over America. In the absence of a real program for America, the majority is filling our hours with censures, expulsions, motions to vacate the speakership, overthrow their own leaders, and of course impeachment of President Biden. For what? For doing nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. That's all that they give us. And this cannibalistic instinct they've unleashed now turns on private citizens, academic leaders who will wear the scarlet letter A so they can have some more press conferences. I'm voting no on this resolution. I yield back and thank the chair.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized. Gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
I am prepared to close too, and I believe the gentleman will close first.
Gentleman reserves.
How much time do I have left?
Gentleman has 4.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous
Gentlelady from North Carolina has 6 minutes remaining.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement from the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, a group invited by the majority in 2018 to testify at a hearing examining the First Amendment rights on campus, and a group that authors the free speech ranking the majority cited several times at the committee hearing. I want to enter into the record a statement from December 8th entitled "University Presidents Were Right to Condemn Hate Speech and Defend Free Speech."
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, the letter, the statement goes that Gay was indeed correct on the calls for genocide of Jews were personally abhorrent and at odds with the values at Harvard. She is also correct that Harvard gives wide berth of free expression, even to views that are objectionable, and takes action when free speech crosses into conduct that violates our policies. Apparently, her sin was trying to explain freedom of speech to Congress and the American people. Supreme Court and federal law makes clear that speech in educational settings constitute harassment sufficient to result in expulsion or other discipline. It must be so severe, pervasive, and objectively offensive that it effectively bars the victim's access to the educational opportunity. Had Stefanik and her colleagues taken time to familiarize themselves with the current law on free speech and frame their questions in terms of legal definition of harassment, they would have found common agreement with all three presidents. Mr. President, I condemn anti-Semitism. I condemn calls for genocide of Jewish people. I guess in this context that has to be repeated over and over again. I'm also concerned about the polarization of college campuses and the disturbing rise of discrimination and incidents on college campuses. And as I've noted, I'm skeptical of the majority's newfound concerns about anti-Semitism on college campuses because, as I said in 2017, after white supremacists marched through the University of Virginia grounds shouting, "Jews will not replace us," I do not recall the same level of outrage. In fact, I note that the endorsement of the one who declared that there were good people on both sides. I wrote a letter to the majority requesting a congressional hearing at that time, and our calls went unanswered. Mr. Speaker, I concede that the university president's testimony last week, when taken out of context, fell into the First Amendment trap that when you suggest that that speech is protected, therefore you must agree with it. No. You can believe that speech is protected, but also believe that it is reprehensible. And calling for genocide of Jews is reprehensible in all contexts, but it could also be protected. Mr. Speaker, they answered the question the way Professor Fried said that he would have been professionally obligated to respond, but answering the question as posed should not warrant calls for his resignation. We need to do everything we can do under the law to address anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, racism, homophobia, and other forms of discrimination. This resolution fails to do anything to establish standards that can address reprehensible divisions in our society and on college campuses. So I oppose this resolution and urge my colleagues to also vote no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm disappointed that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle think that Republicans need a lecture on free speech or freedom of religion. We do not need such a lecture on that, and we understand those concepts. Those are our first freedoms, and we are very keenly aware of those. Mr. Speaker, there are massive problems in post-secondary education in our country, and our committee is doing its best to address some of those problems and to do something about them. What we know, what we knew before the hearing, and what we know even more strongly after the hearing that we held last week is that Jewish students are facing a massive rise in violence on our college and university campuses. According to the Anti-Defamation League and Hillel International, 73% of Jewish students surveyed said they experienced anti-Semitism on campus this year. That number is up from 32% in 2021. Yes, yet college administrators, like the ones who testified before the committee last week, are not acting to protect students. Now's not the time for campus leaders to sit on their hands. The only way to salvage American academia and restore a safe learning environment for its students is by rooting out anti-Semitism and standing up against hate. I thank God that the Committee on Education and the Workforce is up to the task. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 927? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, 2/3 being the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The resolution is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Speaker, on that, I requested yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2365 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2365, a bill to direct the Secretary of Health and Human Services to carry out a national project to prevent and cure Parkinson's, to be known as the National Parkinson's Project, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate it. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 2365, the newly titled Dr. Emmanuel Bilirakis and Honorable Jennifer Wexton National Plan to End Parkinson's Act. And I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. First, I want to thank Chairman Rogers for her support of this bill and passing it out of markup last week unanimously by a vote of 47-0. I'm also grateful to my good friend and colleague on this bill, the co-lead Representative Paul Tonko, for his support and for working with me on this particular piece of legislation. Mr. Tonko has been a true partner in this effort to provide hope for patients living with Parkinson's disease, and I commend him for his advocacy on behalf of the community. In that spirit, Mr. Speaker, the Michael J. Fox Foundation has been a champion for this mission to fund research for better treatments and cures for over 23 years. Michael J. Fox has been able to use his own diagnosis and celebrity status to channel into over $1 billion for translational research. We have a letter of endorsement from his foundation and 30 other Parkinson's neurological advocacy groups and organizations, and I truly could not thank them enough for their support and grassroots efforts on this particular bill. H.R. 2365 is no-cost legislation. Again, I want to repeat, no-cost legislation that will unite experts from government and the private sector to develop a national Parkinson's project with the goal of preventing, treating, and ultimately curing Parkinson's disease. Parkinson's affects almost 1 million Americans nationwide, and it is the fastest growing neurological disease with no cure available, unfortunately. It costs our healthcare system over $52 billion annually, and that number is projected to increase over the next decade to $80 billion. We must do all we can to change that trajectory. Sadly, many of my close family members, Mr. Speaker, are among those who have been diagnosed with this horrific disease. This year in particular has been very difficult for my family as I lost my brother, Dr. Emmanuel Bilirakis, to Parkinson's disease in May. As a primary care physician, my brother cared for his community and his family. He really did, and I'm so thankful that my friend and colleague, Anna Eshu, she's a godsend, suggested we rename the title of the bill after him in his honor, and for her strong support on this bill. My brother was an outstanding individual, in my opinion, a saint, and may his memory be eternal. Further, my mother-in-law, Theodora Lialios, also passed away just this past October after a years-long battle with the disease. She was a strong and wonderful woman. My uncle also had a diagnosis and passed away a few years ago. And my father, Congressman Mike Bilirakis, who was chairman of the Health Subcommittee under Energy and Commerce, Peter worked with him. He was diagnosed just recently. So this is for you, Dad, as well, and all of my constituents. Given these personal connections, I have made it a mission to enact legislation that will help Parkinson's patients around the country. And H.R. 2365 is the first step in that direction. Thankfully, we have been able to come together in a bipartisan fashion to move this bill forward, and I'm hopeful we will get broad bipartisan support in the House today, Mr. Speaker. This could also not come at a more critical time, as earlier this year, researchers were able to newly discover a Parkinson's biomarker that will help reveal pathologies and provide better understanding in research and development efforts. I truly believe we are on the brink of new breakthroughs for treatments and cures, and that one day we will completely eradicate this dreadful disease. But we must be proactive, and we can't afford, none of us can afford to wait any longer. This National Parkinson's Project will provide an integrated strategy to support and coordinate research efforts, collaborate to prevent duplication, encourage development of safe and effective treatments, and review the impact on patients and their caregivers and families. With passage of this bill, Mr. Speaker, HHS will be tasked with the creation of a new advisory council comprising of experts in the field across the federal government and every related agency, combined with non-federal, this is how you do it, public-private partnership, non-federal appointed members represented by the patient advocates, specialist providers, clinicians, and researchers working in the Parkinson space. This advisory council will focus its efforts on an annual report to the Secretary and to Congress with an evaluation on the current efforts to prevent, treat, and cure Parkinson's once and for all. It will also provide recommendations for ways to reduce the escalating burden of this disease on patients and families, the caregivers, Mr. Speaker, including ways to reduce costs, improve health outcomes, and quality of care for Medicare and Medicaid beneficiaries and our nation's true American heroes, our veterans, and better research, again, researching the underlying causes of this terrible disease. Lastly, H.R. 2365 will incorporate other neurodegenerative Parkinson's-related diseases, including the rare disease progressive supranuclear palsy, PSP. PSP is an extremely aggressive disease that progresses rapidly with life expectancy of 6 to 9 years after diagnosis and has no known cure or cause. But like Parkinson's, we can change that if we act now. I was so saddened to learn that our friend and House colleague, Jennifer Wexton, was diagnosed with PSP. Our thoughts and prayers are with her and her family, and her bravery is to be commended for continuing in Congress on behalf of her constituents by battling this horrific disease. She did so much. Again, Mr. Speaker, I thank her, Representative Wexton, for her support. I couldn't do it without her. Bipartisan support. Again, Representative Wexton for her support on this effort, and we are absolutely honored to be able to add her name to the title of this legislation as well. In the end, there has never been a better time to move forward with H.R. 2365, the Dr. Emmanuel Bilirakis and Honorable Jennifer Wexton National Plan to End Parkinson's Act. I want to thank my good friend and Majority Leader Steve Scalise for helping put this bill on the suspension calendar this week. We really appreciate it. Accelerating the process. It's a no-brainer. We've got to cure this disease as soon as possible, save lives, and again, quality of life is so very important as well. Let's do the right thing for the Parkinson's community by getting this bill through the House floor to the Senate and enacted into law as soon as possible. Thank you so very much. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2365, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today in support of the Dr. Emmanuel Bilirakis and Honorable Jennifer Wexton National Plan to End Parkinson's Act. These past few years, I have been honored to champion this legislation on behalf of the more than 1 million Americans living with Parkinson's. I first learned more in depth about Parkinson's from a friend who suffered with the disease. So when the opportunity arose to partner with Congressman Bilirakis on this meaningful effort, I jumped right in and made it my personal mission to get this done on behalf of the millions of people living with Parkinson's. As you may know, currently there are no treatments to cure, prevent, or significantly slow down its progression. Parkinson's is the second most common neurological disease and is unfortunately growing, and growing fast. I do want to highlight that there is hope on the horizon. Earlier this year, researchers discovered a new biomarker for Parkinson's disease. This is an exciting step forward, but much more research and coordination is needed. Our bipartisan, no-cost legislation will, for the first time, unite our federal government in a mission to cure and prevent Parkinson's, alleviate financial and health burdens on American families, and reduce government spending over time. This pioneering legislation is greatly needed. This bill will bring federal stakeholders and non-federal experts together to implement a national plan to prevent and cure the disease, improve diagnoses and treatment options, and lessen the burden for caregivers and their families. The bill text is modeled off the successful National Alzheimer's Project model, which brought together many parts of our federal government to improve the federal response. Once signed into law, this bill will do for Parkinson's what the national plan did for Alzheimer's, and bring together coordination, care, and research, all to help those with Parkinson's as well as their loved ones. This would help bring a strong focus to a cure, a treatment, and also prevention. It will shine a needed light on the suffering related to Parkinson's. Sadly, we recognize that environmental triggers are likely a part of Parkinson's, but so much still is unknown. More research and more coordination are critical to getting answers to these questions. I thank the Michael J. Fox Foundation for everything that it does, but especially all of the work that they provided on behalf of this bill. And thank you to the New York-based groups and advocates who stood by my side demanding action on this bill and giving a face to Parkinson's, and that mission and their journey was over a series of years. Together with patients, with families, and with medical professionals, we learned about the challenges of Parkinson's and why this bill is so desperately, urgently needed. Thank you to my good friend, Gus Bilirakis. Thank you, Gus, for working on the National Plan to End Parkinson's Act with me. It's an honor to work with you on this, and I know how much this means to you personally, and I thank you for your relentless work to push this forward. The loss of your brother and mother-in-law in the past year indeed have been a devastating blow for your family. I admire how you have channeled that pain and committed to making a difference so that we can bring hope to those with Parkinson's. I thank Chair Rogers and Ranking Member Pallone for staying with us and finding a resolution to move this meaningful bill forward. Thank you to Congressman Guthrie and Congresswoman Eshoo for your support as well. And I thank our committee staff for their hard work on bringing this together. Special thanks to Tiffany Gerasho, Una Lee, Waverly Gordon, Shayna Beavan, and Jacqueline Boland for all of your efforts. And in a special way from my personal office, Emily Silverberg, our legislative director, thank you for the resolve to continue till we pass that finish line. And thank you to Congressman Bilirakis' team, especially Chris Jones, for your hard work on this effort. I also want to thank our good friend, Congresswoman Jennifer Wexton. Jennifer, we love you. Thank you. You have been there. You have faced a devastating diagnosis. And you not only joined this fight, but became one of the most vocal advocates fighting for the Parkinson's community. As many of you know, Congresswoman Wexton was first diagnosed with PSP this year, which she describes as a kind of Parkinson's on steroids. Jennifer, today and every day, you give a face to Parkinson's, and you are changing the future for those who have not yet received the diagnosis and those who will benefit from the national plan to end Parkinson's. We thank you, I thank you for your advocacy and for bravely sharing publicly about your journey. I value your friendship and am in awe of your determination and your journey. I understand that receiving a Parkinson's diagnosis has got to be truly devastating for individuals and their loved ones. It is indeed incumbent on Congress to ensure Americans know they will be supported during this frightening and life-altering time. Our legislation does just that and offers a dose of hope. This is a common-sense, compassionate bill that will establish a robust response to address Parkinson's and ensure that patients and their families receive the care that they need and deserve. By moving this forward, we will make a positive difference, improve lives, and even save lives. And for the millions of Americans living with Parkinson's, as well as their loved ones, I hope this brings much-needed hope. Hope has finally arrived, hope is on the way, and that's been the message of this whole effort. To all of my colleagues, thank you for your strong support and commitment to the Parkinson's community. I urge my colleagues to support this meaningful bill. It will make a difference, totally, to those who are impacted and to the nation. And with that, I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 2365, the Dr. Emmanuel Bilirakis and Honorable Jennifer Wexton National Plan to End Parkinson's Act. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my dear friend from Florida, Representative Gus Bilirakis, for his leadership and his excellent work on this bipartisan piece of legislation. We all admire you, my friend, and we thank you for your courage. This is the first ever legislation in Congress focusing on curing and preventing Parkinson's disease and ensuring quality care for those living with the disease. More than 1 million people in the U.S. live with Parkinson's disease, and there are no treatments to cure, prevent, or significantly slow down the progression. Whether you're living with the disease or caring for someone, Parkinson's takes a terrible toll on everyone involved. This issue is also very important to me. As a pharmacist, I have, through my career, experienced this with many patients. I also watched my dear friend, Senator Johnny Isakson, courageously battle Parkinson's disease for over 6 years. Fortunately, we have an opportunity here today to pass one of the single largest congressional efforts to address Parkinson's disease. The National Plan to End Parkinson's Act will build on the great work being done at places like the Isakson Center, named after Senator Isakson, to end Parkinson's once and for all. I urge my colleagues to do what's best for patients and for the Parkinson's community by getting this bill passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and I'll reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes of time to the representative from California, Nanette Barragan, who is an active member on our Energy and Commerce team and a very strong supporter of this legislation.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Tomko, for your leadership. I rise in support of the Dr. Emmanuel Bilirakis and Honorable Jennifer Wexton National Plan to End Parkinson's Act. More than 1 million people in the U.S. live with Parkinson's disease. Without a cure, this number will only continue to grow. Every 6 minutes, someone is diagnosed with Parkinson's, and their life changes forever. This diagnosis is devastating to patients and their loved ones who deal with the physical, emotional, and financial toll of this disease. I know this and its impacts firsthand. As a teenager, I watched my father battle Parkinson's for the last 10 years of his life. I also want to recognize our colleague and thank her, Jennifer Wexton, who earlier this year shared that she was diagnosed with a form of atypical Parkinsonians, PSP. And she has shared her story and has been an advocate to make sure that the bill got to where it is today. The National Plan to End Parkinson's Act, the first ever legislation solely dedicated to ending Parkinson's, is sorely needed. This bill directs the Secretary of Health and Human Services to lead a national project to prevent and cure Parkinson's. Our fight against this heartbreaking disease is nowhere near done, but we have the tools to start. I urge my colleagues to vote yes and to support this bill. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. I yield 3 minutes to my very good friend, the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Falter.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. My friend from Florida, thank you. I stand before you today to express my support for the National Plan to End Parkinson's Act, which addresses one of the most pressing health challenges of our time, Parkinson's disease. It's a debilitating brain disorder that disrupts our lives and the families across our nation, including those in my immediate family as well. H.R. 2365 puts forth a much-needed proactive approach, mandating Health and Human Services to formulate and regularly update a national plan coordinating efforts to not only prevent and slow the progression of Parkinson's, but to ultimately find a cure. This bill will help lift up hope for loved ones and caregivers impacted by the disease by enhancing the diagnosis, treatment, and care provided to those affected with Parkinson's. As previously mentioned, this includes supporting research for a new biomarker researchers recently discovered that can provide intelligence on the presence of an abnormal protein in the brain and body that's a known indicator of Parkinson's disease. If researchers can find these types of biomarkers in the brain and body, then doctors can better detect who has the disease or may be at high risk of developing it, and that can lead to earlier diagnosis and more effective treatment. Many people across the nation have had to deal with the emotional and financial challenges that come with taking care of a loved one stricken with this cruel disease. This legislation comes at an imperative time. According to the Parkinson's Foundation, nearly 90,000 people in the U.S. are diagnosed with Parkinson's disease every year. That's nearly a 50% increase over previous years. Today, nearly 1 million people in the U.S. are living with the dreaded disease, and that's projected to grow to 1.2 million by the end of the decade. The cost to families is devastating when it comes to medications, surgeries, and other treatments. There's nearly $52 billion per year in costs and lost income in the U.S. My friends, this is a cruel disease. My grandfather, Finley, my father, Gail, and my brother, Scott, have fallen prey to this disease. But there's hope. I urge my colleagues to join forces in passing this bill. Together, we can pave the way for the future. Our Parkinson's disease is not a sentence, but a condition we've conquered through our shared dedication to the health and well-being of the American people. And this bill would not be possible without Representative Wexton. So I'll close by saying to you, my friend and colleague, there is hope. This disease may touch you physically, but it can never touch your soul. God bless. I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
And we will find a cure, sir. We will find a cure. And I reserve the balance of my time. Right now. Not the balance, but I reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserved. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield as much time as she requires to Representative Jennifer McClellan of the Commonwealth of Virginia, a great supporter of this legislation, and to do a special bit here. So thank you so much.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of my friend and colleague, Congresswoman Jennifer Wexton, to share her strong support and statement regarding this important legislation. These are her words. I rise today in strong support of the National Plan to End Parkinson's Act. As many of you know, earlier this year, I share that I have been diagnosed with progressive supranuclear palsy, or PSP for short, which is an atypical Parkinson's, a kind of Parkinson's on steroids. Even those of you with whom I have never interacted one-on-one have witnessed my physical deterioration from my striding confidently through the chamber earlier this year to walking more haltingly and depending on my walking sticks this summer to leaning heavily on my walker now. In all likelihood, sometime in 2024, I will come to the floor in a wheelchair. Eventually, those of us who have these diseases will be unable to walk, talk, or even feed ourselves. We will require extensive and expensive institutional or in-home care, the cost of which will likely be borne primarily by U.S. taxpayers. Since my diagnosis, I've seen firsthand how Parkinson's disease or atypical Parkinson's can change everything, not only for those of us who suffer from the disease itself, but for all of the many people in our lives who love us and want us to be well again. The physical challenges are tough. In just 2016, I ran the Marine Corps Olympic distance triathlon, and as recently as last year, got up every morning during session to go to the gym with Chair Rogers and a small group of dedicated women members. My family has felt the impacts as well. My husband Andrew and I were supposed to be getting to the good part, and we're looking forward to enjoying our empty nest as our younger son went off to join his brother in college. Instead, he will be a caregiver, and we are looking for ways to convert the first floor study and half bath to a bedroom and en-suite, so that I will be able to remain in our home when I am no longer able to make it up or down the stairs. Instead of scuba diving together in the morning and sitting under a palm tree playing Scrabble in the afternoon, we will not enjoy a leisurely retirement a decade plus from now. I know it's been difficult for my sons to watch as their vivacious, cool, for a mom, confident Congresswoman mom goes through these changes and challenges as well. This is my family's story, but we unfortunately are not alone. There are over 1 million people in the United States who have these diseases and countless loved ones surrounding them. We did not expect this to happen to us, but it could happen to anyone. That is why this legislation is so critical. Today marks a historic step forward towards a world where no family has to endure what ours has. To my colleagues, friends, and those from across the country from whom I have heard an outpouring of support, I have been touched by your kindness and the desire for action from both sides of the aisle. If there's one thing we can all agree on, it's that we can and must do better to fight these terrible diseases. The past year has been a difficult road and an emotional journey for me, not only facing the great health challenges that come with this diagnosis, but also coming to terms with the fact that I have to give up doing what I love. I have spent my career uplifting the stories of those in need and fighting to serve my community, and I am proud to continue that fight on behalf of the broader Parkinson's community for as long as I am able. I am grateful to have a platform to be a voice for those struggling with this disease and to fight and help bring greater resources to the search for a cure. And the National Plan to End Parkinson's Act will do just that. This is not the end of the road, but a vital and necessary first step on a journey that will lead to a cure, or even better, eradicate Parkinson's and atypical Parkinson's altogether. I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation and reaffirm Congress's commitment to finding treatments and cures for millions of families across the country. Mr. Speaker, I would only add to the words of Congresswoman Jennifer Wexton, she is a fighter. Having served with her in the Virginia General Assembly, I saw her fight on behalf of others and turn their pain into progress. And now I am honored to serve with her as she does that with her own pain, turns it into progress to fight for those who cannot fight for themselves. And I join her in supporting this bill and asking our colleagues to vote yes. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
No, I yield back, sir. Oh, I reserve. I'm sorry.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Speaker, so I'm prepared to close, but if the gentleman would like to any additional comments, he's certainly welcome to. Oh, you have one more speak. Okay, I reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now recognize Representative Fletcher from the state of Texas and yield her 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Thank you.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Dr. Emmanuel Bilirakis and Honorable Jennifer Wexton National Plan to End Parkinson's Act, H.R. 2365. This bill takes a major step toward preventing and curing Parkinson's and diseases like it, diseases that impact millions of Americans, including more than 67,000 people in my home state of Texas. I'd like to thank Congressman Tonko and Congressman Bilirakis for introducing this transformative legislation, which I'm proud to co-sponsor. And I would also like to thank the Houston Area Parkinson Society for the advocacy and the important and meaningful work that they do for those living with Parkinson's in Texas's 7th Congressional District and throughout the greater Houston area. And I would like to thank my friend and colleague, Congresswoman Jennifer Wexton of Virginia, for her leadership, for her grace, and for her inspiring example. As her classmate in the Congress in the class of 2018 and fellow William & Mary Law School alum, I have admired Jennifer since the day that I met her. Today, we honor her by naming this legislation for her in recognition of the work that she has done to advance this landmark legislation that will change the lives of millions of individuals and families affected by Parkinson's and diseases like it for decades to come. But it is Jennifer who honors all of us, who honors our Constitution and our country and our fellow citizens by her service and by her example of courage and commitment and citizenship. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields.
Like to any remarks before I close? Any closing remarks?
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yeah, I'm prepared to close if you have no other individuals that are going to be recognized.
Yeah, I'll reserve
okay.
as well.
Before I make my final statement, I have a statement from Ranking Member Pallone that I'd like to have entered
Gentleman
into the
is
record,
recognized.
please. Yeah, this has
request will be covered by General Lee.
a very emotional journey. And in the words of Jennifer Wexton, this could happen to anyone. So any one of us could be touched by the impact of this legislation that will deliver efforts to search for better diagnoses, sounder treatment, and ultimately find a cure. But it's also about hope. And hope reigns eternally here with this effort so that folks like Jennifer will know, and folks from Gus Bilirakis' family will know that America cares, that she cares deeply. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Florida is now recognized.
Thank you. I'm prepared to close, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, the reason the Lord brought us here today was to do good things, and that's why our constituents elect us to do good things and work together for our constituents and, of course, for our wonderful country. I want to thank Jennifer Wexton, my colleague, for really helping me with this. We could not have done this without our bipartisan support. And Jennifer, I appreciate you so very much. And I want to thank my staff and the committee staff for not giving up and really being resilient and getting this done in a timely fashion. So we urge the Senate to do the same. I want to salute also some family members, my sister-in-law, Maria, who took care of my brother, Emmanuel, for so many years. He took care of everyone in our community, really, as an old-fashioned family doctor, and called them patients every night to make sure that they were okay, worried about us on a regular basis, the family, and never really cared about himself. God bless him for what he has done for our community, and again, for this bill. I want to thank also my nieces, Evelyn and Stella, and I want to thank my lovely, wonderful wife for taking care of my mother-in-law for so many years. This is quite an accomplishment. Again, if we couldn't do it without Representative Tonko. And again, Anna Ashew, and our ranking member, Pallone, and of course, my chairman, my wonderful chairman, Kathy McMorris Rogers. So with that, Mr. Speaker, why don't we go ahead and close and get this done? I urge support, unanimous support for this wonderful bill that will do so much. And again, with Michael J. Fox's help, and he's done so much so far, we will find a cure. Thank you, and I encourage a yes vote on this particular bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2365 as amended? Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Gentleman requests the yeas and nays. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair.
All right, guys. Let's see. I think you guys can hear me. I think I turned the microphone. I got the microphone on. Let's see. I think they're coming back, right? So they're on hold. All this time waiting for them to come and do freaking the vote. They're doing all this other stuff. I don't know why they wasted just 2-3 hours on milk. Kids need whole milk. Well, so just give them whatever milk they want. They're kids, right? I don't know. What do you guys want to watch until then? I think, what do they say, 5-minute recess? Something like that? Alright, guys. Wait, that's right. Let me turn it down. Because I got both computers on, because my new computer, for some reason, is having issues and overheats. I think it's from all the dog hair I got here, from all these dogs and dust. So I'm using my laptop to stream, and I'm listening on my big computer while I'm editing a video for something else. But yeah, so they asked me to take this service dog to a person, and actually it's funny because the person that I'm taking it to, he's been a fan of mine for like since 2019, I know for sure. He used to always, he was the first person to ever ask me for my autograph. And so I'm taking this to that veteran. It's expensive though. It's going to cost, because you know diesel's so expensive. It's going to cost me like over $1,000 to take this dog to him. And so Hope, you guys know Hope Arising, she's my main mod. She, we've been talking about doing a charity, a nonprofit for veterans for a long time now. And so I told her when, you know, I'm like, you can quit your job. You just come work for my nonprofit. So I'm working on a video for this one, and we're going to try and raise money to start the nonprofit. And then since my friend in Montana has over 100 dogs that she's rescued, that she's going to turn into service dogs, we're just going to raise the money to be able to take these service dogs and just give them to veterans who need a service dog. You know, a lot of them need it for their PTSD. The guy we're taking it to in Indiana, he has really bad PTSD, so he's using the dog for that. But he also has, he's newly been put into a wheelchair or a scooter, and he can't bend over to pick stuff up. So she's training the dog right now to be able to, when she tells it, hey, pick that up, the dog is going to pick stuff up for this veteran. So that's cool. And I mean, we're saving lives of animals, and we're saving lives of veterans, you know, so we're doing two good things at once. So hopefully we get this nonprofit going. Once I get started, I can get Hope to start filling out all the paperwork for grants. And I live in California, and we got the most grants in the world. So, you know, we're going to be able to hopefully get grants so we can pay for these dogs. Because, I mean, the lady training the dogs, I mean, she can't do it for free. You know, she's got to make a living, right? And then she's got to make more money so she can put food in all the other dogs. So we're going to do that. And then, like, I'm going to start hitting up, like, for this one, I'm probably going to hit up Pedigree, or not Pedigree, Purina, because I use Purina Pro plan for Donnie and Panda. And be like, hey, you know, we're taking a service dog to a veteran in need. Maybe you can, you know, donate a year's dog food to the veteran, you know? Try and do stuff like that. I'm going to send it to Steven Crowder and be like, hey, you know what? Can you help us pay for fuel to get this dog to the veteran? You know? Send it to everybody. I'll send it to my lawyer and see if he can pass it on to Alex Jones, because you guys know I got the same lawyer as Alex Jones. In fact, you know what? I could probably do it. I think I have his number somewhere. I know Ben had his phone number, and Ben called him off of my phone one time. So I know I've got his phone number in my phone somewhere, or at least his Skype. And so yeah, we're gonna try and do big things, you know. And I'll live stream the trip across country, me taking the dog to this veteran. And then we're gonna go and here, let's see. It's just a little dog, so you were asking about the dog. Let's go in here. You guys can see some stuff that you probably I shouldn't be letting you guys see. I don't care. Come on. So we can bring up the picture of the dog here. Here's the picture of the dog that we're giving away. And her name is Silly Sue, but he told me he's gonna name her Melania, so that way she can be Donnie's girlfriend. So yeah, this is the dog being trained right now. So I don't know what is she, a pointer? Is she I don't know what the heck she is, but she's a cute little dog. I'm waiting for it to pop up on the screen so I can see if you guys can see it. Hold on, now it's showing up right now. Yeah, you can see the dog. There you go. So this is the little puppy that we're gonna take and take it to a veteran in need. And so yeah, that's just some of the little stuff that we do. You know, you guys know me. Every year I take, you know, I create parties on holidays for veterans. Last year I spent like what, $3,000 in gifts for the veterans at the local VA hospital that were stuck living there. So yeah, you know, just part of what we do here at Eddie Block Films. We take care of veterans because my dad was a veteran, right? So looks like a hunting dog. It could be a hunting dog. You know, I never asked. But so yeah, you guys have probably seen Jeff Service on here. If you see a guy named Jeff Service, that's actually who we're taking the dog to. And it's funny when they ask me, they're like, "Hey Eddie, we're wondering if you could take a dog to Indiana for us." You know, she said, "I only trust you with my dogs because I know how good you are with Donnie." And she's all, "It's going to a veteran, and I know how he like veterans." And I was like, "Indiana, it's not Jeff, is it?" And she's like, "Yeah, it is Jeff." So it's kind of, you know, it's kind of cool with that. But I mean, if we can get her 100 dogs housed, then we can get another 100 dogs and house them, you know? It's like where I used to live in Madera, you know, I live in the country now. I live up in the mountains. But when I was in Madera, there'd be freaking hundreds of these little freaking dogs just running all over the place, getting hit by cars, right? We can turn these dogs that are getting hit by cars and dying into, you know, we can change their life by giving them a home and change the veteran's life by giving them a dog, you know? I mean, my stepdad has really bad PTSD and he's got his dog, and I know that his dog helps him every single day. So why not do it to other veterans? Dogs are man's best friend, right? I mean, like Donnie's sitting here on my bed right now. He has to be in my vicinity at all times if he doesn't have to be touching me. Like at night, I have to cuddle with him because he won't leave my side. And it's like a pain in the ass because when I was married, I hated I like cuddling for a few minutes, but not all freaking night long. And then Donnie has to cuddle all freaking night long. But the difference is, when I was married, my wife was freaking hot, you know. Donnie has his fur, so it's not like it's really hot. He's, you know, because the fur keeps the heat away. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not putting myself on camera right now because I don't have my camera set up on my laptop. I have a camera, but that, and also, if you guys don't know, I'm going through getting dental implants right now. And so they had to pull a whole bunch of teeth, and what they do is they screw these screws into your bone, and they're healing right now. So I have no front teeth, but they gave me a little guard or a temporary teeth, but it's in my truck, and I'm not going to turn the camera on when I have no front teeth right now. So you know how that goes. You know, Paulie, how dogs are stress relievers. What do you guys have? You guys have 2 or 3 dogs now. You guys have quite a few dogs too over there in Minnesota. Uh-oh, I just heard Fox News go off. What's Fox News saying? Where's my iPad? That Donnie's laying on top of my iPad. But yeah. The only problem is, so she does have some St. Bernards that she's training as service dogs right now. And I just hope that I don't see one there and Donnie doesn't fall in love and I don't fall in love, because I don't need another dog right now. Donnie and Panda. Donnie's a handful enough. And then Panda's nothing. She just stays at the house. She never leaves. You know, we don't have to put a fence for her. We don't have to chain her up. Donnie, on the other hand, he's always trying to get across the creek because there's a girl dog over there. So I have to put a lead on Donnie. So he's got a 100-foot chain, not a cable, that he can run around on. And then at night when it's time, because I can fence him in, but then he can't go to my stepdad's house and play with my stepdad's dog. So I have a 100-foot cable so he can go to my stepdad's house, play with my stepdad's dog, and then come back to our house. So at night I close the gate and then he's off the cable and he can do whatever the heck he wants. But by then he normally just stays in the house. And then every hour or so he bugs me to go outside so he can go bark at the neighbor's dog. So, you know, you got 2 Burmese mountain dogs and a Rhodesian mix. I had a friend who had a Rhodesian Ridgeback. The Rhodesian Ridgebacks, right? Heck yeah. You are so close to launching your nonprofit. Oh yeah, I signed up. So what do you guys? I found this place online to get my nonprofit. It's 399 bucks plus 30 bucks. That's the cheapest I found it so far. Like LegalZoom wants to charge like 2,500 bucks, and it's 30 bucks to register in California. I don't know. I kind of worry it might be a scam, but they have a lot of good reviews, so. I'm waiting till tonight after this. Me, Gra, and Hope are gonna have a long talk, because Hope's gonna be my main employee once I can pay an employee, and then Gra's gonna be, I don't know, he's good with money. I might have him be my treasurer, or he could be my vice president. We'll have to see what they want to do, because Gra already agreed and Hope already agreed to be part of it. Drunk Uncle, he's having a bad time. By the way, guys, you guys got to say a prayer for Drunk Uncle. He's got two things going on with him right now. His dog just got diagnosed with cancer. So you know how much he loves Bubba's, his dog. Not the puppy Sugar, but the older dog. And then his grandma died last week. So Drunk Uncle's kind of, he's going through some rough times, guys. I would have a drink for him, but I quit drinking when I got on my diet. Which, if you guys don't know, I'm on a keto diet, and so far I've lost 30 pounds. Which I'm really happy. Because there's a smoking hot redhead girl at my dentist office that always talks to me. And she always kind of flirts with me a little bit. So I don't know if she's flirting with me because I'm friends with my oral surgeon and that's her boss. Or she's flirting with me because she wants to flirt with me. But she's conservative. And, I mean, she knows who the Proud Boys are and she knows who I am. So it's a good start. And she's gorgeous and she loves Donnie. Plus, you know I got a thing for redheads. I was just dating another redhead, and that didn't work out too well. Actually, that's a big old mess. I made some stupid mistakes with that chick. I helped her out in some ways that I probably shouldn't have, and now I'm paying the price for it. So, nothing bad, like nothing jail type stuff. I loaned her some money when I shouldn't have. You know? You know how that goes, though. I'm always the helper when people are in trouble. And I think that has to do a lot with my disability and like how my parents raised me, because I know I'm probably saying too much right now, but I don't give a heck. But like whenever I see a person in pain, like I deal with chronic pain every day. Like when I was a kid, we went to the hospital because I was sick. And I had a pain in my knee, and they're like, well, how much does it hurt? And I was like, yeah, it just hurts about the same as my back hurts. And, like, I normally don't feel pains in my legs because I can't feel my legs. And the doctor, so my doctor they kept x-raying my knee, and they couldn't figure out anything was wrong. Then I got really sick, and then they did a full body scan, found out I fractured my pelvis. So breaking your pelvis is the pain I feel every day. So when I see somebody in pain, I'll like be like, God, dude, give me their pain. I can handle their pain. You know, take their pain away and give it to me. And that's my problem. I'm always trying to help people out. And I saw this chick in some pain, not in pain, but you know, I was just stupid. I loaned her money that I probably shouldn't have. And you know, it is what it is. So if she ever pays me back, and then the government owes me money for driving to go testify in D.C. You know, the attorney that subpoenaed me is taking for frickin' ever to pay me back. So they actually owe me $7,000 when you add up all the fuel that I paid and all of the hotels that it cost me to go there for a month. And then my teeth, my insurance, they're supposed to pay for it, but I paid for it ahead of time because there's too much trouble. So they owe me like $6,000. So like I'm basically down to like hardly anything right now because all of my savings went to go testify for my brothers in DC to pay for these teeth with the insurance were said, oh, don't worry, just pay for it. We'll pay you back. And loaning a chick a little bit of money. So that's what I get for being nice, right? It'll get better. I knew it was money. Don't give him no money if you want to take them out fine. No, okay, I'm not dating a guy. It was a girl, redhead. There's this big old, her car got stolen and blah, blah, blah. I just made a mistake. But, they weren't paying me back, and I kept pushing and pushing, and I, you know me. I don't like it. I teach you guys how not to get scammed, and I was like, this chick just fucking scammed me. Excuse my language. So, I did what I do best, and I got back at her, and so now she finally started paying me. She paid me $200 like 2 weeks ago, $100 last week, then $25, and it's Christmas time, so she asked if she could pay me a little bit, the 27th. So at least she's starting to pay me back. But it's just so long, and like it ruined our relationship. We had a good relationship until I loaned her money. So it is what it is. Wow, I can't believe I'm saying that. I just told you guys that I got scammed out of somebody. But not really, she's paying me, right? Anyways, it is what it is. I still, like my friend always told me, don't loan people money you can't afford to loan. So it's not like I'm in trouble. It just caused some plans that I was going to do certain things with it, but I can't do it now. But I digress. Oh man, I bought this part and for my scooters, because my 360 camera, it kept shaking too much. So I bought this thing that's supposed to dampen the vibrations, and then they showed buy this piece with it, and it was supposed to hold the camera. Well, I paid the extra money for that extra piece thinking it was just a piece, but it was the whole combination. So I could have just bought it once, so now I have double. I have double of the platform. That's all good, because me and my 360 camera, we're going to start making more of 360 band videos. Who is hinting that she into Eddie, that redhead? Oh, you're talking about the one in my doctor's office? I think so, I don't know. Well, heck, you guys tell me. So because it's my oral surgeon and he's a good friend of mine, I don't want to, poop where... you eat, right? Because I do work for him sometimes too. Like he pays me to film his conventions, and so I flirt with her all the time. And then like last month I sent some flowers, but I put it anonymous so she doesn't know who it's from. And I was like, I put on there, hey, every time I come in, you make a scary moment happy, but with your smile. So here's some flowers to make you smile for everybody else. And then I did it again this month, right? And I had an appointment with the oral surgeon because we were going to talk, because he's like a motivational speaker. He's the one that actually got me to start exercising again and losing weight. So we have this meeting to talk about it because we're going to start a channel.
House will be in order.
Oh, they're starting up again.
Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order.
Says, hey, I need to reschedule.
Passage of H.R. 1147.
And all of a sudden I went from
ordering
just,
the previous
Eddie,
question
to,
on House Resolution 918.
I don't know, maybe I'm moving up.
Adoption of House Resolution 918. And the motion to suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 927. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 1147, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 103, H.R. 1147. A bill to amend the Richard B. Russell National School Lunch Act to allow schools that participate in the school lunch program under such act to serve whole milk.
The question is on passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
All right, never mind. They're all quiet again. So anyways, I can finish the story. I don't know if you heard it or not. So the second time I sent flowers, I was supposed to meet my dentist the next day, or my oral surgeon. And he called me personally. He's like, "Hey, Eddie, we got to do it this. Can we do it another day?"
All right, never mind.
So we scheduled another day, right? And had it all set up, and so it was all taken care of. And then all of a sudden, she has to call me. You know, they said the flower's going to be delivered around 2, maybe before, and around 1:45, she calls. And she's like, "Hey, Eddie, Dr. I won't say his name, but Dr. So-and-so said we need to reschedule his appointment with you." And I was just like, "Okay, yeah, we already did that." And she's like, "Oh, okay, honey." Well, and then she's like, "What day did you guys schedule it on?" And I told her. She's like, "Okay, hon." And she kept calling me hun when normally she calls me Eddie. So I think she might know that I sent her the flowers. I don't know. Can you guys hear Donnie snoring? Probably not, because I got this new microphone that you can only hear the sounds from it's called a boom mic, and it picks up what's right in front of it. Donnie's over there snoring. All right, so all the Republicans we know are going to vote for this because it's a Republican bill. How many of the Democrats do you guys think are going to vote for this milk thing? I mean, why do we have to waste 3 hours of Congress's time so that they can decide whether kids have whole milk or not in school? I mean, this is a joke. And they're doing it just to mess us, so we have to watch through this junk so we can see or President Biden getting his impeachment. Oh, I ate too much today. Right, Polly Wally? Actually, you probably seen pictures of her. She's on my Facebook with Donnie. She took pictures with Donnie. She was like, "Make sure you make me look beautiful when you put me on your Instagram." And I was like, "I don't have to worry about that because you're smoking hot." She just laughed. Hold on, let me see. No, I'm not going to show you guys her. I don't know. So 2:21 to 4. They got 15 minutes to vote. They have 12 minutes and 2 seconds left. Then hopefully after that we go right back to the impeachment hearing. Andale pues. Gosh darn it, Donnie, open up the fucking door. I went to Lowe's yesterday and I bought a whole bunch of hooks, those eye hooks, because my bed is on the other side of the room, but the door is on the other side. And every time I'll wait for Donnie to come in and he won't come in. And the minute I lay down, that fucker pushes through the door and opens up the door. Because you know Donnie, he can open up the fucking door. Excuse my language. So I bought some rope and a whole bunch of eye hooks and 2 big, huge, heavy, probably like 1.25-inch bolts for weight. And I'm going to run it to my bed and to my computer where I'm at right now. So that way when he walks in the room, I don't have to get up to shut the door. I just pull on the dang lever. I still got to build it though. And I got to go get my ankles checked out tomorrow, so I can't do it tomorrow because I freaking, I think I may have a broken ankle. I've been exercising on it, but it hurts really bad. And I don't normally feel my feet. And when I went to the doctor, she didn't like the way they felt, and so she sent me to the podiatrist and took x-rays. So my x-rays are done. Now I got to go see the doctor tomorrow. What's up, Gabbledygook? Gabbledygack. $10 minutes and 20 seconds left. Apúrate. Who cares about this frickin' milk? Just let the kids drink whatever kind of milk they want. Jeez Louise. I still can't believe we're sitting here for 3 hours talking about whole milk versus frickin'. Just put all 3 kinds of milks in there. It's 30 right now. It's actually, so I'm ahead of you guys. Well, right now it's, never mind. When it comes through, it'll be the same time. It's 37 to 9 right now. It's going up. One Republican said nay. I wonder who that is. 7 Democrats said nay, but 9 are voting for it. Wow. Here's the problem I see, though. You know, the whole entire thing that went on and on and on, how many of the 435 representatives did you see in there? What, 20? I think you shouldn't be allowed to vote unless you were there for the whole entire seminar, for the whole entire thing. We had to sit through this frickin' thing. They should too, right? I think that's how it should be. Ooh, I just ordered some new lights. They're gonna come in a couple days. I don't know what to say right now because this is boring, and I'm not on camera. Y'all want me to sing for you? I don't think so. Jeff the handyman is chilling with us. So hopefully after this vote, they're gonna vote to impeach Biden. I'm hoping. Hope said it was gonna take 3 hours. 5 o'clock. She's probably driving home from work right now. 5:08. Well, 5:08 her time. Hoping it's next up. Gabbledygack. Don't go back. Take out the papers and the trash, so you don't get no. I don't know the rest of the words. My bad. And I can't sing anyways. You do a little tonic. If you could only see the way she loves me, maybe you would understand why I feel this way about our love and what I must do. So I read up, it's one of my favorite songs, and I read up about it. The reason that the lead singer from Tonic wrote that song is because he was trying to convince his mom, who was saying, this chick ain't right for you, stay away from this chick. And he's like, the song was all to teach him, or to teach his mom why he loved this girl and why she was so worth it. And then they got married, and I think like within a month of getting married, they got divorced, something like that. So yeah. Little music knowledge there. And yes, I like Tonic. I'm a 90s kid. Well, I was born in the 70s, but you know, growing up, high school, middle school was the 90s. That's when all the good songs came out, you know. Freaking, we had you had the good R&B. Right? The rap wasn't too crazy back then, you know, so I listened to everything. Freaking, you know, got your Boys to Men. You got your, oh my gosh. I don't really listen to him anymore, but, REM, you know. Kinds of good music. What's up, Mr. Bill? We're just waiting for him to get to the next boat. They're being all quiet. You know, Nirvana, you had Guns N' Roses, freaking Poison. All the good stuff from the 90s. Shoot. Although, you know, in 2000s we had Linkin Park. I've probably been to more Linkin Park concerts than I've been to more Linkin Park concerts than I've been to Trump rallies, to be honest with you. Because before I got married, that was my wife and I, our first time going out of town was to a Linkin Park concert at the Shoreline in Mountain View, California. And it wasn't just Linkin Park. It was Linkin Park, Chris Cornell. It was called Project Revolution, I think. So, I was like, nah, the 70s. Well, of course, you know, you got, like then you had AC/DC, freaking, wasn't Aerosmith in the 70s or did they start in the 80s? And Twisted Sister was the 80s, I think. Freaking, you gotta fight for your right to party. Music was better. We didn't have auto-tune. No, they had auto-tune back in the days, didn't they? I thought all the disco music was auto-tuned, wasn't it? Aerosmith started in the 70s, girl? Okay, cool. Hopefully we... sorry, girl. I texted you, girl, and said that they were voting. They said they were voting, but they're voting on the milk thing still. They're not voting on Hunter... or on the Biden yet. By the way, guys, I bought the book like 2 months ago, and I got to go through it. But I had this book that shows everything that was in the laptop. It's like 500 pages. And you know me, I can only go for like 4 or 5 minutes. So I'm going to do like 5 minutes a day of just reading the Hunter Biden Exposed book. And I think we're going to call it Exposing the Bidens. I mean, it's got everything in there that was on the laptop. It's got all the Burisma stuff. It's pretty freaking detailed. So I'm going to do one video a day for 5 minutes. That way it doesn't overshoot my anxiety or whatever you want to call it. All right, we got about 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. And then hopefully we'll switch to the Biden vote. Oh, Collective Soul. Did you guys like Collective Soul back in the day? Or like Eagle Eye Cherry? Save Tonight. Read the International Jew. What's the International Jew, Rooster? What is that? I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm part Jewish. I didn't even know it. When I was married, we went to go visit my grandma in Florida, and we were over there, and grandma's like, what did she say? She's like, you know, grandson, you part Jewish. And my wife was like, that's why he's so fucking cheap. The China spy agent, you know, that might be in. It's 500 pages long, if not more. It might be 1,000. The book is like 4 inches thick. So it's gonna take us a long time to read it all. A book written by Henry Ford. Okay. Biden anxiety syndrome. Yeah. Anyways, I would, like I said, guys, for those of you that just got here, I would be on camera, but I don't have my teeth in right now, and I'm getting work done. I'm getting implants, so as soon as my implants are all done. Dental implants are not fun. Like, they don't hurt that much. I mean, it like the first day it felt like they broke my nose when because they pulled my teeth and they put in the screws that screw into your bone. And now I gotta let them heal for 6 months. So for 6 months, you're without teeth except for your temporaries. And those things suck. It's basically like a mouth guard with fake teeth in it. Like, and your tongue keeps scratching on. Every time you move your tongue, it scratches on this guard. It's not fun. I think it's called an Essex, something like that. So 74 Republicans, 1 went nay. 26 Democrats are voting for it. I mean, why are we voting on fucking giving kids whole milk in school? Just give them whole milk. As long as they're drinking milk, you should be happy. You shouldn't force them to drink low-fat milk or no-fat milk or, you know. Jeez Louise. And once again, while I had time, guys, if you just got here recently, Drunk Uncle's dog just got diagnosed with cancer, and his grandma died within a week. So everybody think about Drunk Uncle and say some prayers for him. Oh, Cher was the first one to do auto-tune? Do you believe in love after whatever? That song? Alright, I got an 80s song for you guys. 99 red balloons. Da, 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 da. Who remembers that song? 99 red balloons? Or was it Tiffany? I think we're alone now. There doesn't seem to be anyone around. Or was that Debbie Gibson? No, that was Tiffany, wasn't it? Or what's another song? Tom's Diner. I am sitting at the diner on the corner. I am waiting for the waitress to bring me a cup of coffee, or however it goes. Aerosmith's first album was in 1970. Didn't Steven Tyler just get some kind of lawsuit against him saying he raped somebody or something? Now that's what I don't get. You're a famous freaking, if it's true, right? You're a famous singer worth millions of dollars. Every girl wants to sleep with you. So my question is, did she want to sleep with them and then just sue them to get money? Or did he really rape this woman? And if he did, why are you raping a woman when you have millions of other women that are falling all over you? I don't know. And what sucks is you got to wonder now. So many women have lied about it that have ruined it for the real women that have been raped. What's up, hot damn? I haven't been to Vegas in a while. Otherwise, I normally go to Vegas, and last time we drove through there, we stopped at Hot Dam's house. Her and her husband are really nice people. In fact, that's when we found out my foot had that big, huge sore on it, and her husband gave me one of his shoes, and she wrapped it up and cleaned it up a little bit for me. Hot Damn is a nice woman, and her husband's really nice too. All right, it's 106 to 41. 100. So it's 149 to 42, so it's gonna pass. And the time's up, so I don't know why they're still letting them vote. She's a gold digger. I think you're right, girl. I think you're right. She's my cherry pie. Freaking or... Oh, no. What? Okay, one of my favorite songs is Panama. Panama. Do a little Van Halen. However, his video, California Girls, that's a good video. Want to be California girl. I wish they'd hurry up and start talking so I could shut the F up, right? Yeah, we definitely won. We definitely won the vote. But look at this. None of these people... this is what I think is wrong. None of these people were there when they're debating the whole entire thing, and they just come in to vote afterwards. They should not be allowed to vote unless they were there for the whole entire debate so they could hear everything that went on. I mean, it's a stupid thing they're voting on right now, but still. This is what drives me nuts about Congress and the Senate. They never stay for the debates. They just show up to vote. And a lot of times, they don't even show up to the vote. You know, they have a delegate vote for them. It's just a joke. Just a joke. Maybe Hope will dance for us. No, Hope's always telling us to shut up, right, Gron? Great, now I got sweet cherry pie in my head. That's really funny. So that girl that I was just talking about a few minutes ago that I broke up with recently just texted me. Are you watching the show right now? Are you watching the show? That's her text. There's Jim Jordan. Yeah. He should have been the Speaker of the House. He really should have been the Speaker of the House. Actually, I think President Trump should have been the Speaker of the House. Can you imagine the stuff he would have got done being Speaker of the House? Okay, Nancy. Shut the fuck up, Nancy. I'm gonna tear your papers up, Nancy. Okay, our 15 minutes are way the hell up. Oh yeah. Now she has cancer. That's what she told me the other day. Oh, I got cancer now. So she's got breast cancer, I guess. Huh. I was like, hey, at least you get some new boobs. Redheads. I gotta stay away from them. Dude, the boat's still going up. It's 134, 136. That's another thing. If you got a 20-minute freaking time limit, 15-minute time limit, then stop right at the 15 minutes. When I was going to electrical engineering school, when I first graduated high school, I had a professor, if you were 10 seconds late, he'd lock the freaking door. But, you know, he was funny. And even he told us, you know, he's like, all right, if you guys can make me laugh, then I'll let you in. So one day, me and my good friend were really late. And so I'm like pounding on the door, and he's like ignoring me. And I'm like, come on, Mr. Schaller. He's like, he looks at me real quick. I'm like, dude, we got in a car accident. So he comes out, and he opens up the door, and he's like, if you really got in a car accident, then you have a good reason for being late, and you can come into class. He's like, were you in a car accident? And I was like, yeah, look at the way I'm walking. I'm freaking, I can't even walk straight anymore. And he just started laughing, and he's like, all right, you made me laugh. You can come into class. Uh-oh, Snookies is here. Snookies is my other sexy mama. Because they have to still count, I guess. Because it's the government. They never finish on time. They just want to make us wait to hear about Biden. That's all it is. Snookies, you don't want to know about redheads. I got troubles with redheads. And I'm in love with another one, so... Now I just got to figure out how long I should wait to text her back. Or if I should text her back. See, it keeps going up anyway. It's just freaking past this thing. 157, 87, so it's 244 to 70. I don't care if she has cancer anymore. I mean, it's just breast cancer. She's going to live through it. We had a bad breakup. Don't text her. That's good advice, Snookies. Oh, come on. Hurry up and get to the Biden vote. That's all we're waiting for. Donnie's over here snoring. Hey, Snookies. I've been dieting. I'm on the keto diet, and in the last 30 days, I started at 230, I went up to 235, and now I'm down to 200. Hopefully tomorrow I'm going to break the 200 mark. I'm hoping. Trying to get real skinny. Let's see. I'm out of practice. Letter, text, she gonna beg for you? No, because I got another girl that I'm talking to now, Snooki's a better looking redhead. Oh, so my attorney called me again the other, because I've been that's another thing. This year I spent probably like like $20,000 on attorneys because of January 6th. And so we were talking about this case that we're working on, and then he also represented Joe Biggs during the January 6th trial, and he also represented Enrique for a little bit. And apparently Enrique was passing notes while I was testifying, and one of the notes that he passed to my attorney was, I'm gonna get an Eddie Block tattoo. So He just gave me his new address. Where he's at? Where's Enrique? Enrique is now in. Let me look this up. I can tell you guys. We got to snail mail them all though, because the way the DOJ is working. So Joseph Biggs is in Talladega. Hey, he listened to the NASCAR race from his jail cell. He is Joseph Biggs, register number 26257-509, FCI Talladega, Federal Corrections Institution, PMB 1000, Talladega, Alabama. So Rufio Ethanor Diggs is register number 28596-509, FCI Coleman Medium Federal Correctional Institution, P.O. Box 1032, Coleman, Florida. See, I thought the judge said he was going to let him go back to Seattle so he could be close to his family. Zach Real, he's register 34945-509 in FCI Petersburg Medium Federal Correctional Institution, P.O. Box 1000, Petersburg, Virginia. And he lives in Pittsburgh, or Philadelphia. Why don't they send him back to there? Dominic Pizzola is register 25870-509, FCI Butner Medium 2, Federal Correctional Institution, P.O. Box 1500 in Butner, North Carolina. If you guys want any of those addresses, shoot me an email at EddieBlockFilms@gmail.com, and I will share their address with you. That's right, he texted me Enrique's. Enrique Tario is at BOP register 98721-004, FCI Manchester, Federal Correctional Institution, P.O. Box 4000, Manchester, Kentucky 40962. And he says, don't forget to put a return name and address on the envelope. I'll get you the other 4 addresses soon. Feel free to circulate it to others in my network. So that's what I'm doing. If you guys want to be able to email Rufio, Joe Biggs, Enrique Tario, Dominic Pizzola, or Zachary Real, send me an email, EddieBlockFilms@gmail.com, and I'll give you their address so you can send them a snail mail message. They're sitting in jail, so I'm sure they'd love to hear from anybody who wants to email them. And I told Graw I'm going to run for the 2028 election for president, and I'm going to run on the fact that I am going to free all J6 prisoners. I was there. I know what it was like. I know how they shouldn't be in jail. And so vote for me because I'm going to free all the J6 prisoners. Of course, all the Antifa and liberals won't vote for me, but I don't care. Never know. Maybe I'll win president. Free them all. And then I can get the FBI to give me my freaking stuff back. Assholes. Okay, we're like at 25 minutes now. This is some bullshit. They're supposed to be done after 15 minutes. They're just making us wait to the Biden vote. Time remaining 0. Hello. Actually, I can just type the information in right here, can't I? Copy. I can copy it from my phone, paste it in here. Make sure there's nothing in there. Here we go. So here's Enrique's information. If you guys want to write Enrique, I just posted it in the chat. She's my cherry pie. And this is going to be Joe Biggs information. If you guys want to email Joe Biggs. This is going to be Ethan Nordine, which is Rufio, One Punch Rufio. This is Zach Real. Zach told me, he emailed me after court, and he's like, Eddie, if I get out, me and my wife are going to come visit you in California because we're doing a tour. And you're one of the first people I want to come visit. I thought that was pretty cool of him. And then here's Dominic Pizzola. So if you guys want to email mail any of them, that's where you do it. Got to send the snail mail, and then they can add you to regular mail, to email. But it costs, if you want to email them, it costs. But it costs you to snail mail them too, right? YouTube's censoring me. They always do. What are they doing? Are they making me spin? Jeez Louise, man, come on. Oh. Come on, let's go, little sweetheart. Come on and go. Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go. Again and again. Got like Ricky Valens. All right, I got my gallon of water down for the day. And again and again, and now I got Ricky Valens in my head. Richie! That was a good movie. That was a real good movie. Or Selena. Oh my gosh, the movie Selena. Me and my friend watched that like 10, 20 times. Jennifer Lopez. Back when she was really good looking. She never was going to beat Selma Hayek, though. Selma Hayek's number one. Am I still on? That's weird. Whoa. Yep, I'm still on. Snooki says she's not seeing any censoring. So Sneaky Pete, if you guys know Sneaky Pete, he kind of got me into watching all the Big Brothers. So I started from the beginning, and I'm watching all the Big Brothers, and now he's trying to talk me into signing up for Big Brother. So I'm thinking about signing up for Big Brother. Think about it, me and Donnie, because they had to let me take my service dog in there. What better than, you know, it's CBS. They can start drama. They can talk shit. Look at this little crippled freaking conservative, white supremacist Republican. But then everybody's gonna fall in love with Donnie. I'd win the whole show. Maybe they'll have a couple hot redheads in there for me. Oh wow. That's well, the veteran just texted me. He's got $100 for. It's Lowe's for me. It's good. She's no Selma. She's definitely not no Selma Hayek, girl. Oh my gosh, I've had the biggest crush on Selma Hayek ever. Like when I was married, I ran for county supervisor, and then I told my wife at the time, I was like, you know, I'm gonna run for president one day, and she's like, if you do, Selma Hayek's not allowed in the White House. I'm like, why can't Selma Hayek come in the White House? She's like, because you're going to be president and every girl's going to want to sleep with you. I'm like, so shouldn't you be worrying about all the girls? She's like, no, because I know you're in love with Selma Hayek.
On this vote, the yeas are 330, the nays are 99. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Finally. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 918, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 918, resolution directing certain committees to continue their ongoing investigations as part of the existing House of Representatives inquiry into whether sufficient grounds exist for the House of Representatives to exercise its constitutional power to impeach Joseph Biden, President of the United States of America, and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
All right, I guess I'm back because they're not doing anything right now. So right now it's 167 yes, 138 nays. I don't know. What do you guys think it's gonna pass or not? Is it gonna pass? 172 to 174 to 149. We need every Republican. Well, they're voting electronically, so they can text it in, right? Oh, look at this. One Democrat voted yay. One Democrat voted yay. Wow. Okay, we do not need any rhinos right now. No freaking rhinos. $185 to 173. But we still got 35 no votes on the Republican side, 32 no votes. They're all coming in. They're all coming in. There's 10 difference now. Ooh, they're catching up. They're catching up. Come on, Republicans, start voting. Better start voting, Republicans. Come on. 200 to 200. Uh-oh. You know it's got to go to the Senate after this. Uh-oh. 202 to 201. Tied again. But there's more Republicans than Democrats. Just got to get the rest. We got a minute 26 for the rest of the Republicans to get in here and vote. 204 to 206. We need at least 3 more votes. Yeah, I think it is a simple majority, Craw. Okay, we're back up in the lead, 207, 206. Oh, that one Democrat changed his vote. They changed their vote. Okay, we're up to 210 to 206. 211. So if we get 3 more votes, it's done. If we hit 213... 213? No, 214. Once we hit 214, it's said and done. All we gotta do is get 1 more vote, guys. As soon as we hit 214, hasta la vista, baby. Well, not really. It's a long process. It's a real long process. 214. It passed. It passed. Woohoo! 216. 260. We won. We are gonna impeach President Biden. He won't even know it. He's like, impeach me? No, I don't want to eat a peach. I'll shit myself again. I'm gonna shit myself. I don't want no peaches. Alright, we did it. 217. 218. We both need 3 more votes to make it perfect. Oh. 218 to 2. There's no way they can. It's already done. But let's see. I want those other 3 freaking congressmen to vote. I hope he goes to jail. Got what he got. Don't go back. You took out the papers and the trash. I wonder who those 3 no votes are. Jackasses. Alright, let's see what they say. Waiting for it to pop up. That girl in the red dress, that red suit or whatever she's wearing makes her look really pretty. They're still letting them vote. You know, like I said, the minute that clock hits 0, I think they should not accept any more votes. You ever been in college and taken the test? The minute they say class is over, you got to turn in your test. You can't wait 5 extra minutes to take a couple more questions. Jeez Louise. Still 2 Republicans haven't voted yet. But it's going to pass. There's Jim Jordan. Is that Jim Jordan down at the bottom? Yeah, it's Jim Jordan down at the bottom. Jimmy J. That's Hope's congressman. Or, I don't know if that's Hope's congressman, but she's in Ohio. I think Biden and others are going for treason. And that would be awesome. That would be awesome, Eric. That would be good. Okay, we're down 1 each not voting.
On this vote, the yeas are 220 and the nays are 212. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote.
Oh shit, we gotta wait another 5 minutes now? What a bunch of baloney. I want a recorded vote. Like that's gonna change it, dumbass. Oh yeah, there is MTG, isn't she? But do you these guys, they just want to waste time. I want a, ooh, who's that? There's another red dress. Red is a tantalizing color. A little chilly out here. You've never seen that bald guy before? He's the military. Which bald guy? Wait, no, he's not in there anymore. Actually, when I see a woman in a red dress, I think of the Scarlet Letter. Did anybody have to read that in high school? Look at this old lady with her mask on. Oh, it's already passed. I should be looking at the live screen. I'm looking at the live screen now. Yeah, it passed. Wait, I'm not even on live. I was just on Top Chat. That's why I missed it. Yes, this is the impeachment resolution, House Resolution 918. We'll be impeaching him. It already passed. It was, what was it? 218 to like 208 or something like that. No, it's 212. They're just wasting time. They're making them vote again. But he already said it passed. And they said, we want to hear, we want the recorded vote. Now they're all voting again. We need 214. Guarantee it. Because there's only 213 Democrats. So Joey's far gone. He's just thinking about getting his diaper changed. That's funny. All right, 5 more votes and done. 4 more votes. 3 more votes. 2 more votes. 1 more vote. And we're at 215, so there's no way that the Democrats can. There's no more. Well, there is room if some Republicans turn rhino, but. Uh-oh, Hope has a lovely bunch of coconut.
1 minute remaining.
Is that a euphemism for something, Hope? Yeah, this is live. This is live. You're probably a 30-second delay, but it's live. $216 to $212 right now. We got 26 seconds left on the clock, but they'll still go for another 5 minutes afterwards. No need to Yahoo. Okay, 218 to 212. I mean, it's passed already. There's only three votes left. 3 no votes. That would only take them up to 215. So it's a simple majority. It's passed. And so yeah. I wish they'd hurry up so I could shut up. $221, so all the Republicans voted. Only 1 Democrat hasn't voted yet. So it's live for me, but then it takes like 30 seconds to get to me. Then it takes like 30 seconds to get to you from me. So it's probably like a minute behind.
On this vote, the yeas are 221 and the nays are 212. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, to suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 927, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Resolution 927, resolution condemning anti-Semitism on university campuses and the testimony of university presidents in the House Committee on Education and the Workforce.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
All right, I guess I got to start talking again. So now we're on the resolution to suspend the rules and agree, whatever. It's about this anti-Semitism, about protecting anti-Semitism on college campuses, universities. You know, frickin'. What, you know, I don't think racism is right. You know, but at the same time, it's your free speech to say whatever you want. If you want to call a black person this word, or if you want to call, you know, a Mexican person that word, it's your right to say it. You shouldn't say it, and you shouldn't think that way, but it's your right. As you're a free person, you can think and say whatever the hell you want in this country. So I don't see why they're wasting their time on this stupid stuff here, but that's just me. That's just me. We're having a party in my Discord. Are we going to Discord next? Go to Discord next. I don't know how many votes are left. Hopefully not too many. Hopefully not too many. It's all good, Michael. It's all good. I've been wrong in the past. I've been wrong. Actually, Hope and Gra and I have some stuff to talk about in Discord after this. Don't care about the rest? I don't know, does anybody care about the rest? Can I shut the stream down? Y'all tell me. If you care about the rest, I'll keep it running. If you don't, I'll shut it down. Because they're done voting on the impeachment. He's going to be impeached now. Well, they're going to send it to Senate. Right? Is that what's next? Or they got to do the inquiry? Do we vote to inquire about it, or do we vote to actually impeach him? There's 20 people watching, I think. You guys tell me, what do you want to do? Should I shut the show down? 24 people watching. Should I shut the show down and go to Discord so I can talk to Gra and Hope? Because I also got to edit some videos. I have another channel called Elevate Your Life or Elevate Yourself or something like that, where I put a Bible study and inspirational quotes. I got to edit those videos. Right on, Michael. It's just to have an inquiry. All right, thanks, Carl. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. And now I can't get that song out of my head. Take out the paper and the trash. You don't get no spending cash. Gonna rock and roll no more. Alright, Gra's going. Hey, Gra, let's go meet in Discord. Alright, guys, we're gonna shut this down then. If you want, you guys can pop over to my Discord. Look at Nightbot. It'll say what my Discord channel is if you want to join us. Thanks for watching. Look right here, the Discord. Hold on, I'm on the other computer. Can you copy? Copy link address and paste. There's my Discord. Why don't you put it all the way up? I'm trying to copy it. That's my Facebook. Copy. Here we go. Gotcha. I gotcha. Hold on, I'm putting it up right there. There it is. There's my Discord, guys. Oh, Gra put it up too. That's a different one. Oh, because he sent an invite. Alright, guys. We're heading to my Discord. You guys have a good day. Talk to y'all later.